Yeah.
The stream is live. Welcome back, friends and adventurers, back to another session where we follow our illustrious party as they venture across the lands of Eberron and beyond. Last we left off, the party members respectively being Phelan, GMW, Percy, Securing, Volti, Solitude, Zamiel, and this thwarted a ritualistic ceremony. What is likely one or the going to be called with their bounty, Ursula's tracking and felt defeating the UNT cult members as well as Goldman's Bruce. Leaves the area with Ursula having stopped the sacrifice. Leads back to the jungle maze and the shard forest, with no one following them at all. A few party members, having suspected such foul play, are keen to look for signs of such but discover none. They arrive back in the town of Zantashk. And that is where we resume today's session.
Where exactly is this place? I'm not familiar with Zendrick.
I'm back. I'm here. It also doesn't help that I had you guys turned all the way down.
Oh no.
No worries.
Well, it's good to be out of that horrid jungle. I don't think I've ever seen so many snakes at once.
Blue will answer Volti, and he does so by pulling out a map and kind of familiarizing himself for a moment with it. Puts his finger down on Zantashk, which is just underneath the Thunder Sea on the map of Zendrick, and I'll share that here in the chat.
More extensive than I thought.
Yeah, it's the first
see.
little black dot underneath the Thunder Sea there. This is where Bluey's finger is on the map. We came from here. He points to like the middle of the Thunder Sea. You're very confused. There's no land there. It's a long story.
Zamiel looks to Volti and says, well, we've only been here once before ourselves, but I have a feeling we'll be learning much more about this place in short order. For now, we should take Ursendel to meet his clan.
I am amazed at the amount of shards mined out of that forest and abundance that I saw scattered amongst the cliffs and mountainside. This is indeed a magical place. I should wonder if such a place would be the location of a heart shard.
Is Ursendel still unconscious?
Ursendel looks, limp.
What's the name of the orc leader guy?
Dooth Feldarin.
Doothfeldarin. So I got the impression that Dooth potentially suspects somebody in his ranks as being part of this cult. Do you guys want to take Ursendel back with us to the Lizard Inn? What was the name of it? Lizard House? And send a message to Dooth so we can do this discreetly?
More discreetly than, say, simply bringing him to their house.
Yes.
Well,
It
if
was a
they'd have to be willing to meet us in public for the exchange.
It was my impression that Monsieur Verderon was feuding with a particular clan within his organization, and that this Ercinder is not associated with it, but well, as we say in Faerun.
Suppose we could also ask him what he wants once he wakes up.
While we before we do arrive back with Monsieur Verderon, there is a bit of information that I was able to gather regarding him. She looks around. Are we being observed, or can we speak?
You guys are basically just encircled on the teleportation circle with no one around in the nearby vicinity. Very, very private conversation going on right now, as it would seem.
It appears that Monsieur Verderon is been selling his services, the bounty hunting with, to a group most sinister. They are known as the Daughters of Sora Kel. Stage whisper. They are known as the Daughters of Sora Kel. Are
And
you
who are
familiar
they?
with this? They are a trio of treacherous hags that rule one of the nations of Korea with an eye on.
And
Interesting.
you happen to know them yourself very well?
No, monsieur, I just know of them.
Oh, understood.
No, but they are not to be trifled with. Now, clearly, if you are involved in the hunting of the bounty, you cannot just restrict your services to the good guys. I'm sure that would not be very good for business, but he does have ties with, how would you say, a violent, murderous trio of hags that rule the land of monsters in Korea.
It's worth having the discussion at least. Maybe we should talk about this back at the Lizard House.
Well, if we'll have to entreat with them anyway to achieve our aims here, then we may just have to do that. Or we can just take our chances, become independent contractors, and venture out confidently into the wilds.
One more thing, while we are traveling there, we can walk and talk. Are any of you from Ondarian in nature? Looks around.
What in nature?
He's asking if any of you are
Ondare.
from Ondare, and I'll throw that in the chat too, just for reference. Ondare is a certain nation inside of Corvair.
Okay.
It's to the north.
I am
It is
from
a nation at
Ontario.
war with the Breland, which is where Sean and myself come from. No?
Phelan's from Ontario.
Well, Phelan's from Undair?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Well, what a lovely place to visit in the springtime, we. It just kind of drops the subject.
Want to know about your springtime experiences there now, Solitude?
Well, you know, a little of this, a little of that.
A little robbery, a little murder.
What do you tell? No, please, do not besmirch me. Yes,
Hey, I'm not saying it wasn't illustrious. It was definitely probably, important towns members that were killed, rich people that were
Percy is
robbed.
listening to you talk. I'm trying to be a good example.
God silences his words.
Percy and Solitude need to have a chat.
Voltai's
Yeah, that's
probably
funny.
just like looking back and forth between you guys, all having this kind of almost inside conversation. Just like, what have I gotten myself into?
Yeah, Zamiel has dealings with devils, and he's still looking at Solitude like, man, what is she tied up in? Holy crap.
Yes. Very nice.
To put it in perspective, this is probably the most amount of people that Voltai has hung out with in a long time.
Does he show that in
he's
body language?
socially awkward.
He is. He prefers the company of animals to people and prefers to be in the woods over the city. So he's just like, oh man, should I have helped these guys out? Well, you said you had a bounty to turn in. I must confess that I seek information on a bounty myself. Perhaps I will attend with you as we drop off your captured. Is he captured? Is he willing? It does not matter. Perhaps we may be able to inquire about more bounty work after. My coin purse is a little light.
Apparently, he was
Well-
one of their own sent to investigate.
And seeing as we just saved him from getting ritually sacrificed, I'd say he's probably pretty willing.
Indeed.
It seems like he may
Given
have been
his-
willing to be the sacrifice, though.
Given his limp nature, we cannot ask him.
Is anyone good at the interrogation?
I mean, I ain't bad at it.
I can magically interrogate.
Yeah,
That is
save
what
the
I am
enchantment
talking
for that.
about. Well, Percy, perhaps you maybe you speak to him before you drop him off. You are the administrator. You have the papers that you use to ask the people what they are doing. You could very plausibly do that, and he will be none the wiser. I think it is a brilliant idea.
I can try.
Brian,
wanna
Let's
do
bring him back to the inn. We can bring him back to the inn, ply him with
Yeah.
the drinks alcoholic, and then you can ask him whatever you want.
I don't have need to get him drunk.
Singurin,
It's
roll insight for me real quick, and Percy, roll insight, please. I'm sorry, not insight. Perception for me, please.
All right.
And sorry for these late reactions.
Oh no!
All right, carry on with your conversation, Percy.
Okay, fine.
You know, Percy, if you are suspicious of someone, then I am suspicious of them as well.
I'm not sure that makes me
Yeah,
more
let me-
comfortable.
course is freezing on me. So let me just give me a second to roll this.
No worries. Whenever it comes in, I'll say what I had for you.
Perhaps Percy is just being thorough.
There is a reason she is the one carrying the clipboard and not me.
A most useful
Oh my god.
companion, indeed, says
I
Bluey.
could have had a clipboard taking notes during the battle the whole time.
Oh god, you gotta do that. When you not have a board of the clip, you just let your papers hang out in front of you willy-nilly. Just they could scatter it all about, Percy.
They're in my backpack.
Yeah, Percy. Well, they
There's-
will get crumpled and wrinkled.
And
They're in my
battle
backpack and
is
like
certainly no time for notes, Bluey says.
a.
Solitude pulls out her book of shadows and kind of gestures like.
That is different, Solitude.
You got a 23, by the way, there, Gam.
Wow. All right. Okay. I think some special things for this insight check. So you kind of were you asked the question if anybody noticed or if it seemed like body language wise if our new friend Voltaire is kind of, forgive me for saying this, uncivilized, not used to civilization. Perhaps unaccustomed to civilization is a better way to put it. He hopefully uses the fork and the knife at the dinner table, but maybe he's a hands kind of guy. That's not to say you're uncivilized. Just my crude attempt at making a comment there. Anyway, that being said, I want to say you do get the feeling that he's not a person who spent a lot of time around cities like this and maybe spent most of his time on the hunt. So that's, just something that I think your character would glean about him and have in his back pocket. But I think you also, are starting to think about the conversation that's floating around. And as you do, you kind of just, you get the sense that something may be wrong with our friend Ursendel.
With Ursendale, okay. Wrong in what sense? Wrong as in, will she get a wrong like out of place or wrong like to have her guard up?
Well, it's the way that when everybody was kind of looking at him and I said he's limp. It was the way that he is laying there. He looks almost like he's dead. His
Anyone think
his coat has kind of gotten that point where all of his fur is just sort of very what's the word I'm looking for here? Lank.
Disheveled?
Lank. Like the word of limp for flesh and lank for hair. he is he looks out of sorts. Not himself.
May have been poisoned.
he'll say to Percy, I assume you're the one here with the most medical expertise. Did you manage to check his vitals before you cast the spell on him? Or did you inspect to see his medical condition? He doesn't seem as lively as.
I was a little preoccupied with the snakes everywhere, so I didn't get a good look at him. Do you want me to take a look? Do you want to go back to the end to take a look, or do you want me to do so now here?
I think we should do so now.
An examination right here in the middle of the street.
I mean, good a time as any, right?
Do not think so.
And I'm no expert, but that guy there looks like he's dead.
I don't think he is. Can I approach him and examine him?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a medicine check.
I'll
I
try
think
to
GM
shield.
in the
I'll
meantime
try to
would
shield
probably.
the inspection. So passersby don't see anything.
And GMW would
Voltai
poke him with
would-
his boot.
The first thing I think you would probably do is, like, check his pulse, right?
Yeah.
Is he
Yeah.
dead? Check his pulse, right?
Sure.
And there's no pulse.
Oh no. I mean, is he?
He's cold.
He done got sacked.
Is he
Well-
dead? Is there a way to verify that he's actually dead? I mean, I would assume that means he's dead.
That does verify it.
He could be faking. There is a way to fake the death.
No,
Some
to
pulse.
answer your question, this, to your, consensus, immediately you're going to probably assume he is dead, think he's dead. But
yes.
there is, I guess, other ways of life in this world, so it's hard for me to answer that question.
Yeah. I think he might be dead. I have things that can help us here, but we should go back to the inn and do this in private.
Zamiel says yes, he does appear dead. However, I do know of one spell that I personally know that is able to mimic these conditions. Just a small chance. Little
I know.
hope.
I know which use
All right, let us return to the inn of the Lizard then. Most prestissimo.
I will, I guess, before we keep going, just cast Gentle Repose. So if he is dead, he's preserved.
Nice.
No stinky
Okay.
Ursendel.
No
Okay.
stinky Ursendel.
Sex
Good
dismissal.
spell.
Very good.
Cool.
As you guys travel back to the lizard house, you see no signs of the priest who was originally in that small little square. He's since vacated the area. But you
Is
do see
Oso with us?
Yes, Olo is with you guys. I don't think
Olo,
he's on the
yes.
board, though. That's probably why you're asking. I will get him out there right now.
I just want to ask him, is there like a back entrance to the inn, or somehow we can get inside to our rooms that's less conspicuous?
Olo, understand. Olo, take you inside entrance.
Thank you.
Look at you, Percy, sneaking about. I like it. This is new Percy.
Zamiel walks up to Ursendel and says, I think I have something that might help. And he whispers a few words and touches Ursendel's body, and he disappears in your grasp.
Yes.
So now he's invisible.
Thank you, Samuel.
Okay, this should look a little less awkward now.
Perfect. Everybody,
gonna-
I feel like until we can kind of revive him, we haven't found this guy. Maybe?
It is
I
a
just feel
good
like he's
idea.
like high profile missing person that we have in our possession currently, possibly dead.
A
Might not look
person
so
of
good for us.
interest.
Yeah.
It would be within the possibility that he died in his travels. He was lost for some time. I think this wouldn't arouse suspicion. It might be expected even.
I don't think so either. I'm just worried about people who might be spying inside Duth Vildarin's ranks.
No, you are correct. Look at you, Percy, thinking 2-3 moves ahead all the time.
Some
And,
people
Well, we
have
gotta
about
turn them
the-
in.
Deception.
We gotta turn them in one way or the other. Hopefully, we'll still get at least half for a dead body.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we ain't getting paid at all.
I'm just hoping we can interrogate him first.
Maybe. All right, well, although show us these secret intelligence. I am most intrigued about these. I also
At the
would
mention
like
of not
to,
getting paid, Voltai scowls.
acquire a how do you say a bag of the holding? Hopefully there are shops around here somewhere where I can make
I
such a
do have a
transaction.
bag of holding, but what exactly are you intending to do?
I am wishing to be the custodians of any of the shards of the Siberius that we acquire.
You wish to hoard the shards for yourself.
Yeah, we are the only surviving member of the group original. I believe my survivability has been demonstrated most superbly.
It's actually not a bad point.
Well, I am
Merci.
also
What
capable of
Merci,
teleporting away if
Percy. Oh
I'm
my
up.
god.
All right.
Merci, merci.
wouldn't bother me none. It's the less shit I gotta carry.
John, did you just
Yeah, as long as they're safely contained in a magical container, it should be fine. It doesn't really matter too much who's, well,
discover a new favorite catchphrase there, John?
I think I may have. Yeah, that's gold.
Percy, Percy. Yes,
Merci, Percy.
I have to concur with you there.
Nah, as they say in Faerun, is so easily insertable though.
As they say in
Hey,
Faerun is classic.
You could just put that
we can
before
have
anything.
the multiple phrases
Oh,
of the catch. I have several, so that the audience does not get tired out too much too quickly. So
But
what am I
John literally
talking
does.
about? Excusez-moi.
I'm just giving my vote.
You're gonna have to start carrying 2 books, Solitude. Your Book of
I have
Shadows
it.
and your catchphrase book.
I have you put the keep track of the games ideas. I have not told any of you about them, but I have a. Oh, my mind is always swimming with the ideas of the games of the entertainment. But there is one with two families, and they are in a fight between the families, and each family has to like people in the town are asked questions about the thing that comes to their mind when they are in the grocery store. The number one, and then the families have to guess what the highest picked item was, and the families fight, and whoever guesses the most ones, he wins the family fight. It is one of many ideas for a game that I have. Family fights.
Percy's just like
Is
staring in
uh,
oh
absolute.
oh yo there is also the game where you are trying to how do you say go get. So you have the cards in your hand, and you ask the other person if they have a certain card, and if they do, they give it to you. If they do not, they say go get, and you have to go get the card from the middle of the pile. There are a number of I could spend forever talking about the games that I have the ideas for. There is one where you pretend to be like I don't know, like a banker or an accountant or a housemaid, and your character has various abilities, and their abilities aid them in doing the accounting or the housemaid work or whatever, and you can get better over time and get, oh, items and things and various accounting challenges or house cleaning challenges, and you can do it with a group, and you use a something to make a little bit of chance in the game, and it sounds pretty
I do
neat to
believe
me.
I've heard of this game.
GMW is just wordlessly listening to you.
yeah,
And he
Zamil's jaw is
lights a
slightly slack as
cigarette,
well.
and he's like, "What in the
It's all
hell are
burned to
you
the
talking
nub.
about right now?"
I'm having a hard time.
It's all burned to the nub. Oh,
Phelan's eyes
there's,
have
there's
glazed over.
some ideas. Well, I could go on for a while, but I'll save it for later. But if you are ever bored, just look over to me. I will have something to pass the time.
Well, I got something to pass the time myself. Reaches into a inside pocket and produces a flask.
You're here.
And
Oh, we're
takes a
incorporating the drinking
long
into
sip after all that.
Zamiel looks at GMW like he would like some of that as well.
Well, I don't mind sharing a bit. I'll pass it off to you.
I wonder if there's a game you could play with the drinking where perhaps two sides have a contest of, oh, I don't know, dexterity, and you try to toss a object into a container or two, and it is like a
Zamiel takes
air tennis or something. I don't know. But could there be a
Zamiel
game?
takes a swig of the alcohol and mutters to himself, I translate what devils say to me every day, but I cannot even translate half of what this tiefling is saying. But he says it quietly under his breath. He's just frustrated.
GMW leans over into you. GMW leans into you and says, "We might have to refill this damn thing after she's done talking."
Yeah, you just might. And Zamiel hands it back to you.
GMW takes another swig, hands it over to Voltai.
Oui, so the dealer has the chance to get to a number 28, and then you have the option to get more cards or not. And, you know, it just goes around and around. And she just drones on and on about game ideas.
Are we at the lizard house yet?
God, I hope so.
Yes, for a nerdy spellcaster, Zamiel is not at all this used to being flummoxed by someone doing something as simple as talking.
Make it back to the lizard house, and Olo takes you to a large staircase that goes up the pyramid-like building. And as he gets to the base of the steps, he says, "Side entrance, upstairs."
I think we might have legitimately lost everyone.
We did kind of just zip over there, yeah.
Oh,
We
sorry.
were
I guess just my
we,
character.
we were methodically moving over there on Tailspire, and
Oh, okay.
everybody else was kind of just chilling. So
Correction, I zip.
there was two groups. There was zippers, there was chillers, and then there was the people that just followed around. The people that followed around were those that were represented on the stream. So I apologize. I was just going one way. I was like, once we got there too, I started using the text chat feature to mimic Olo.
No.
He was teasing you guys, just being like, "Where they go?"
It's cool. Otherwise, you gotta run it like a tour guide. And we're moving, and we're moving, and we're moving.
And we're walking.
And we're walking, and I should totally do that from now on when we're like in between scenes, and we're walking, and we're going this
And we're
way,
walking.
and you've gone off the path, and go back left.
Get a step on.
I totally will, but by the end of the session, you probably won't like me very much anymore.
You can unfly me.
DM and a tour guide.
Oh yeah, I gotta unfly Sadi. Let me see where
You
you
should
are.
always fly.
Monsieur.
Pretty fly for a lavender.
For a lavender girl. Yep, I always do that too. I think I have something clever, then I get it out, and I'm like,
Oh, I'm on a fly thing too. That's why I'm having trouble moving.
That didn't sound nearly as good as I thought it did in my head.
Yep. Monsieur Percy.
Voltai walks into this inn and notices that there's nothing but exits and entrances, and is nervous.
But that's a normal inn.
East and left.
Your normal inns have more than 2 doors.
I would not call it an inn.
What happens if you get attacked from all sides?
You better start spinning.
You don't.
Have you never been attacked from all sides?
Me
Oh,
personally,
such-
no.
I say clearly you've never been part of an ambush.
The party is
No.
just completely upset that this inn is so indefensible.
I mean, Voltai is one of those types that keeps his back to the wall and watches the door. And if it's nothing
Yeah.
but doors, he can't put his back to the wall.
I was just about to say it's hard to watch an entrance if there are 8 entrances.
Camille says, I hadn't noticed before, but yes, this place is quite indefensible.
Well, let us go up to someone's room then.
I'll let you guys build the buildings and tail Sparfnon!
We love it. We love it.
No, you can just give us the description about why it doesn't need to be defensible. It's not a fortress, and we're idiots for requesting it to be like
Yeah,
that.
exactly. We're fleshing out our characters here.
My God. How the
Yeah,
You're supposed to
actual
treat us.
fuck.
We should go to a Percy's room, and Percy is the one doing the you know what to the you know who.
What?
Bluey looks at the room as you and him and GMW kind of like walk into their room. And I think it's like the first time you guys are seeing your quarters here. And Bluey goes, "These quarters are quite unacceptable," as he looks around the room.
Louie, I didn't know you were such a stickler.
Oh.
Well, number one, the building is indefensible.
I did say that.
Number two, I don't like the color of this carpet.
It does clash with the rest of the room. I will agree with you there.
Erroneous.
Oh my God.
If
Take a
only
sip
we
of
had
water
a
and
good
I'm
contract there to plot out a good design and get us a good plumbing and carpentry. Just saying. Oh, bonne chance, Daniel.
I will keep watch in the hallway. Bluey says as he walks out of the room, disappointed. Bluey's clearly missing the airship.
Louie's right.
Anyway.
These accommodations are somewhat lacking.
I like how you
Dead
guys...
bear body and
These are
sorry.
literally always prepared for an ambush or a fight of some kind, which is just beautiful.
Well, that's GMW's character.
I also like how it was
Well,
role played that like you've never been attacked on all sides, and like one character is totally not the fighting type. They're like, no, that seems like a precarious position to be in.
Yeah, like what? That sounds terrible.
Oh, I love it.
we're just giving ideas.
I am struggling with my character in Tailspire.
Dude, me too. I accidentally sent myself like 30,000 feet away.
30,000 leagues under the sea.
I'm in somebody's room.
Damn, you beat me to it.
Percy just walks into a random room. Hey.
Can we leave this dead bear guy in here?
Monsieur Garrett Morrison Wild, do you think that I should go and acquire Percy, or simply remain here in this room until she arrives?
I'm coming.
Oh,
She might need a little assistance.
Little
I
gnomish
got a little
footsteps
lost.
coming on the way.
But anyway, dead bear body in Percy's room instead of mine, I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it'll only stay invisible until you get him stashed away, and then it'll wear off.
Exactly.
Bluey just looks at you as you walk by him. Percy, get lost, did we?
We did. Where are we going, Bluey?
He points at the room to his right. Happy to see you found your way.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I fucking love Louis. He's the dad.
Oh, Kelsey.
Bluey is in-game me sometimes.
I love it.
Yeah, Bluey's a real one.
Bluey is the
Bluey's
longest running NPC of any game I've ever had.
Oh, sweet.
the real one.
Awesome.
The OG DMPC.
He is the OG DMPC.
Something about that acronym just crunches.
Really
OGDMPC.
Bluey and Olo start playing an interesting game that involves things that look like they're shaped like dice. As they wait in the hallway, as the rest of the characters sort of funnel into the room. And for those of you that are wondering where that is, we drop a little blurb on the map and start helping some of you guys up there.
Yeah, I don't know if I think I have this. I give up. Yeah, game. Can you just teleport me?
Somehow, I managed to make it back.
Bluey notices Singurin's missing at this point. You see Bluey halt his game for a minute and just leave randomly.
Hey, Bluey, wait, we are over here. The room. He sometimes goes off on his own.
10 minutes later, he returns with Singurin.
I'm sorry, I got lost.
It is all right. The old group, half of them will just up and vanish to another continent if you turn their back for 1 second. You see, we are playing with the money of the house.
Well,
that
I
sounds
do
like a
not-
useful power to have.
Playing with the money of the house? We have heard there is a casino somewhere in this realm. I plan to, how do you say, hit it with a spectacular heist. Most magnificent.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Casino heist.
Oh, I figured you just want to use magic to cheat, but that's ambitious. I like it.
Hey, casino
did
heist.
you?
Please, can we do the casino heist now?
We wild.
You made it sound very cool.
So we need time to plan for something like that. And GNW is about to say he has experience with robbing banks, but a casino's a cut above.
All right.
I
I'll
am not
wait.
fucking around, so to speak. We are going to hit it and hit it good.
We are not Solitude.
Well, you can count me in on that plan.
See.
Money?
Just give it a second, Percy.
I leave for 10 minutes to find Singurin, and Solitude is trying to convince people to rob a casino. This is why I don't leave for 10 minutes, Singurin. He looks back at
So
Singurin.
the goose is good for the gander. All right, everyone, quiet down. Percy must do his
Oh,
work.
it's the green diamond. Oh, okay. I see. There's like 3 levels I had no idea about.
Yeah, that green diamond will get you. That's we got ambushed
God.
by those snaky
Okay.
spies. I had my green diamond too low.
Okay.
Didn't see. Look out!
Okay, so
standing right
yes,
over.
Duran, he enters the room. Apologies, everyone. I'm not well versed in traveling cities. These levels, these doors, these entrances, they kind of confuse me.
Is that I was gonna say, can Bluey take watch outside?
He already volunteered to.
Perfect.
Yeah, apparently.
He's posted.
That's right, he did, didn't he?
Him and Olo are back to rolling dice.
Yeah, make some noise out there. That's even better.
Yeah, they're trying to act like they're not on watch, but they're not really playing dice. They're on watch.
Being able to see Ursindel would be nice. I don't know who made him invisible, but
Produce the body.
Well, perhaps we can try to help him first. He might still be alive.
I'm assuming whoever made him invisible will make him not invisible.
Oh yeah, no, that's as soon as we got him
Okay.
up here, we ran out of time on that.
Who said they could revive? If you want me to do it, I'm gonna need a good 8 hours of sleep.
Oh my god. We might not have that much time. Maybe Odo retrieve the priest.
Zamiel says, "Well, the only other thing I could try is this," and he's going to step up and cast dispel magic and touch Ursendel, hoping that he's enchanted or otherwise affected by other magic, hoping that he can help him by disenchanting that. Just as a yeah, and that is a spell attack roll, correct? I'm forgetting.
If it's level, well, Gan can explain. I'm shutting up.
I'm guessing he's not affected by anything, so, but it's worth a shot.
Ooh.
All right, let's say 22 on the DC check if he is affected by any spells to dispel them.
Gan, are you muted?
Nope, sorry, just had to step away for a second. Did hear what you were trying to do though, so give me a second. Doing two things at
Kept
once.
the headphones on.
I went rogue and then went wireless and then went back to the wired, so I lost a little bit, but I understand pretty much what you're trying to do. All right, so you look him over and you get the sense that there is some sort of magical life inside of him, if not organic life inside of him. I love the water chugging.
And can I well maybe
But I don't get the sense. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you talk.
No, go ahead. Because what I'm about to say.
Okay, but I don't get the sense that he's affected by any external magics. Only internal.
External magics.
Like, yeah, a spell cast on him or something like that.
What is the actual spell you cast?
Oh, dispel magic.
Dispel magic, got it.
I just trying to dispel any effects that are on him.
I don't know if dispel magic would tell you that.
No, it wouldn't tell me what he's affected by.
Yeah,
no, you're right.
Yeah, external effects question is what I was speaking to specifically. So I'm going to leave you unanswered.
Can you detect the magic, Zamiel?
There you go.
Yeah, we could do that. But he's not affected by anyone else's magic, as far as I can tell. And Zamiel's just assuming since the dispel magic did nothing at all. But he'll cast detect magic and prepare to look over him with detect magic vision. See if he can notice anything interesting.
Yep. I totally thought that's what you cast, by the way. Detect magic.
Yeah, I might have jumped the gun.
No, it's probably because of me. Because, like I said, it was in and out. I heard magic, and then I thought it was magical detection that I heard.
Mm-hmm.
I should have known from what was going on there.
That's an easy mistake. That's an easy one to make.
We're screwed, and we're definitely screwed on the dispel.
The dispel,
right, exactly.
The dispel is obviously not going to work either, though. In this case,
he had the strange markings all over his body. Some bizarre ritual of some sort. Has taken his life force and essence and transported it elsewhere. Does anyone know anything about these rakish markings?
I think it might be more likely he's poisoned or something, but okay, I suppose that's a possibility.
So, Voltai hears all of you guys kind of striking out and bickering about what it could be. And at the mention of the word poison, he turns from the door, walks up to Ursendel, kneels down, and lays a hand on him, casting Detect Poison and Disease.
Sorry, I was trying to mention that, but my mic wasn't working, so I typed it
no.
into Tailspire. Tailspire is like, detect poison, anyone?
I will tell you this from your 22, Dan, that you rolled. You get the sense not that there's not any, but that it could be that it could be that there's not any. It could also be
Yeah.
that there's an extremely powerful spell that you were unable to dispel. Thus, you felt no reaction. So just something to keep in mind.
No, you're absolutely right. But what happened was Zamiel made the assumption the other way. He didn't immediately just assume more powerful magic was cast on him.
I could
And he knew both
attempt
were
to.
possible, but he decided to believe one over the other.
Making assumptions. I like it.
Yeah.
It's my style
Wizards
as
do
well.
that a lot.
I could attempt to identify whatever ails him, if it is magical in nature.
That would be helpful. I have a couple things I can try if we don't know what it is.
After Artemine detects poison and disease, you
He could
detect.
also just be dead.
You all are such a versatile spellcasters. He's nice.
Yeah,
Well,
well, unfortunately, I knew this wouldn't cure poison.
Yeah.
I should have waited.
Voltide did say he cast detect poison. Did he find anything?
Yep, I was in the middle of it. And let's see here. You are not able to detect any poison. Volti.
Well, that narrows it down.
So
You-
Singer,
Uh-huh.
she'll try to cast Identify. And if it's successful, I'll distract it.
Yeah.
Lame.
Or should you use a spell slot to make it a little faster?
What were you trying to cast?
Identify.
Identify.
We could also inquire with Olo if he could retrieve the priest.
Well, it seems we're
Is it-
being very distrustworthy of his employers at this point. They might not like what we're doing.
Okay, dokie.
I don't know if I like that reaction.
I think you're going to.
I've never heard Gan make that noise. I don't know if I
No, I
like
never
this
heard
or
that.
not.
That was a troublesome
You
noise
never.
for sure.
A curse with Gan is usually a bad thing.
That's like a failed counterspell roll against a Rakshasa.
That's like a
roll or
failed
something. Yeah,
roll
yeah.
one, restart the campaign laugh.
No, it's just there's some interesting road to navigate here now. Sometimes you're trying to keep things organized, and you just know that you're about to drop a bomb that's going to disorganize everything, but you know you have to do
Drop
it. So it's
do
going
it.
to
Let's
happen.
do it.
You have this knowledge within you, Singurin, and the knowledge tells you that the spell that is affecting Ursendel currently is something that is going to change him, something that is going to transform his body. His body was indeed a sacrifice, and it's needed for flesh for flesh. A ritual of the Yuan Ti in which a willing sacrifice, or unwilling in some cases, can be used to birth a new Yuan Ti.
Okay.
shit.
So she says.
That's
She says. She says, "I regret to admit this, but in a manner of coincidence, I think I know what's going on." It's common in UNT culture to, how should I say this? Turn one into UNT. It's
What?
originally
What did you say?
how it's originally how UNT came into being. There's a myth that UNT were transformed from humans in a ritual that transforms other races into UNT, willing or not willing. Please don't ask me how I know this, but I believe that Ursendale is being transformed, or rather, going through the process of being transformed into UNT. It's not something that you can dispel. There are cures for this type of process, but the cure will kill him. It's called black broth, but I believe he's too far along.
Is this? I don't suppose it happens to be a curse type magic.
No, it's a mixture of magic and science
Mm.
and alchemy, really. It's the melding of these practices. I don't think that he can be saved.
Will he remain himself, or does he become a vessel for something else?
It's like he's being reborn. The UNT, the concept of rebirth, one becoming anew, one changing into something else, it's pervasive in their culture. It's something that they praise, the renewing of life, the reanimation of one's being. It's 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 one of their most coveted magics, and I don't think it's something that can be reversed.
I feel
But
we
why
should
were
inform
they?
Duth with haste.
Why were they? We at least he is alive. We can return him alive with the bad news, but it is not the fault of us. But why were the Yuan-Ti so excited about this particular individual? They seemed to be talking a great deal about.
You
That is a
you
good
see,
question.
it's in their culture. It's usually the, how should I say this? The more unique the specimen that is being converted, the better the result. It's like if you, should I say this? If you make a house out of gold, it's more valuable if you make a house out of wood. The material being used or being sacrificed makes the ritual that much more powerful, at least from what I've been told.
He may have been
Hmm.
coerced into transformation.
They are they are quite persuasive. They may have promised him something, or maybe he's done this against his will. It's really hard to know now.
Hmm.
Interesting. I only assumed Yantees could spawn abominations through this practice, but now that I know that they can create half-bloods, well, I can kind of see their goals now.
It's not something that's well known. It's a secret that's rather hidden.
Is it like the
Well, it was hidden to
vampirism
me too.
where one can be changed and then that one can change the others and so forth, or is it only achievable by a ritual like the one that we witnessed?
It's only achieved, like you said, by a ritual. It's something that's, how do they say in Faerun? It's a big deal.
Oh, that makes a sense the way you put it that way.
I like to try a couple
Fucking
of
John.
things just in case this works. If not, is there a time limit on this? Do we know when he's going to be reborn as a Yuan-Ti?
I believe time is of the essence. I agree with whoever made the suggestion of turning his body in now.
Yeah.
If the change happens or if the process is continued, he may turn into something unrecognizable, something that we wouldn't be able to prove is Ursindel, at least to my understanding.
Female UNT usually they give birth via normal means to eggs, 3 to 6. In this sense, the ritual that's performed in order to create a UNT in this alchemic form requires 3 to 6. Well, it's a sensitive topic, but 3 to 6 dead eggs. Eggs that were cracked or were not harvested properly. And in this sense, they're sort of a part of the sacrifice is they're usually inserted surgically into the stomach of the willing party. That combined with other various rituals and some
I can't.
minor magics is essentially how this comes to be. Essentially, he's impregnated right now.
Yeah, it's just going to be some alien shit where they come bursting out his chest.
I can't unsee many scenes from Stargate here.
I have watched a lot of Stargate, so if you're wondering where inspiration came from,
Yeah.
Go Out may be part of that.
That's awesome.
So we should take
Maybe
him
we
post
bludgeon the belly.
Yeah,
do
the
it
abominations were bad enough when it was 1 for 1, but if a whole bunch can come out of them, oh man,
I do not
they're
think
super
so.
scary now.
If I say there's a cross-like, incision on his stomach right now, is that gonna make your skin tingle too much?
I love it.
Reach in there, there's some goop.
Oh no, yeah.
I believe Solitude was trying to tell us.
Oh, nothing. It was just we should trying to sum up the consensus. Let's take him post haste to Siduth with a recommendation that he be.
Well, last chance. Does a heal or greater restoration counter it, DM?
Yeah, I want
Great.
to cast a couple of things to try.
The greater restoration. Let's see here.
Percy is convinced she can fix this.
I can fix him.
Able to fix so many things.
This spell fixes anything.
Fireball.
That would be, as the kids say, OP.
Oranges and pillowcase, indeed.
What? Why? What? What?
Use soap block works better.
Maybe Solitude's book.
Oh, if we are not able to deal with this, we should perhaps return him with a recommendation to put him out of his, how would you say, misery?
Ursindel's eyes open, winking
Oh
open.
shit!
What?
Oh man.
Kill it with fire.
Balin's gonna keep his hands on his pommels of his katanas.
I say
Volfi was just about to start beating
it-
him on the stomach with a bag of oranges.
Did that change happen in
God.
response to my spell?
Almost moments after, just a few moments after, so it definitely could have been possible.
Okay.
Say you would assume that it came from your spell.
Okay.
Zamiel smiles at Percy and says, you're definitely a better cleric than you think.
But at the same time, you also feel that sense of, should we kill it with fire? You look at the color of his coat, and it does seem to be coming back ever so slightly. What was once like a beautiful beigeish brown almost looked gray when he was in that limp and just unconscious-like state that you found him in. And as you kind of observed further, you saw he didn't look much like the rendition that Duth was able to produce for you.
Looks like or not like?
Didn't look like. And right now he's starting to kind of regain some of that color as his eyes wink open, and he says, "Oh, no, this is wrong. What am I doing here? Where am I? Who are you people?"
You poor soul.
This is all wrong, all wrong.
You are not with the snake people anymore. You are back in Xantash. How do you feel? Comment ça va, monsieur?
My head. Not so good. My stomach's worse. He reaches down and rubs his stomach, and you see a look of surprise come up on his face immediately as he lifts his shirt, and you do see an incision there. However, it's not a cross shape, it's just a straight line down his stomach.
He's a Care Bear.
It's been sewn up as well.
What is the last thing you remember?
I came across my quarry, the UNT cult I had been searching for. She tricked me. Their leader must have been a charm spell. I thought I was in love with her for a short time there. Really believed it.
She was a cute girl, I agree.
Who are you people?
We are
We're
working
hired
on
by
a
your
name
boss
still.
to come find you.
Youth sent us.
Oh, never mind.
Does he look happy, sad, freaked out, not freaked out?
He's he's just
when we
rubbing
mention
at his
Duth?
temple. He looks like a man who just became conscious. And he's very confused. He's sort of rubbing his stomach, rubbing his head, kind of tenderly touching at that area around the incision. And he's not really paying attention even after he asks this question. He's kind of you ever heard someone sleep and they start trying to answer you while they're sleeping, and they're basically telling you to fuck off with their answers, but they're not saying fuck off. They're like, no, yeah, no, get away, stop talking to me. That's what he sounds like. He looks like he's trying to ask for a minute without asking for a minute.
She hands him her water skin, which is probably a wine skin, and this was so she thinks twice. Does anyone have a water?
GMW, Joe Flask.
On va dire wake him up, sure. N'est-ce pas?
I kind of look at you like, are you kidding me? Like, this dude is infected.
He's like, you want me to pour it on the wound? Or
Give him a drink. Here, I'll hand him my wine skin.
Yeah, moonshine fixes problems, but not this one.
I'm saying, anyone got anything I can pour this into?
Phelan can pull
I
his alchemy jug out and pour some.
Well, I say fuck it, and I just hand it to him. Take a sip of this.
multiple flasks and water skins being handed to him. He's just extremely confused. He takes the first one handed to him. It ends up being Solitude's, and it's filled with wine. And as he takes a pull from it, he was expecting water, so when he gets wine, he doesn't spit it out, but he coughs as he tries to swallow some of it down. Thank you.
Can Singoran make a I know I'm not supposed to ask for this, but can Singurin make a medicine check to see what would happen since he is alive now? What would happen if like surgically the whatever was put in him was taken out? Like can she do like a medicine check for his odds of survival?
Yeah, and I want to feel like that's literally what you're calculating. You know that this can be done, and you're looking for like based on where he's at, how long ago that was done, what the wound looks like. This is your check.
Can I
Okay,
help with
now
that?
The
now yeah,
guidance
she's gonna
Singurin.
Yeah.
she's going to she's going to hold on, let me see if I can do this. She's going to let me see if I can do this. Let me just see. Bonus
Singurin, you
action you
look like you are
can
thinking here. Let me give you
you
some
guys have
assistance.
okay.
With
So yeah, she's
Percy's
going
at your
to
shoulder, by the way, too. You guys are looking like two surgeons looking over a patient, and you have advantage as she's assisting you.
Perfect. Yeah.
she's gonna play a sad song real quick and give herself bardic inspiration. She
This
really feels
song
bad
makes
for
me
him
want
because
to die. This is a depressing song. I don't know.
yeah, well, she knows like based on her background what is happening to him. So she really does
Oh.
feel bad for him. Like she knows like this process is meant for like, prisoners and war criminals and
It
like
is a
captured
song to
slaves.
prepare
So
someone for the situation most unfortunate month.
basically, this is almost like a funeral song. So because she knows extensively what's going on, so she's going to do a medicine check, and I'm going to try to use a bardic inspiration. And you say I have advantage on this?
Yes.
And
All
Lady
right.
Dance.
Okay, so that's one, and then let's roll another one. Okay, that's better. So that with a let me just roll a d8. And what do I get for guidance?
D4.
A d4.
Oh,
Well,
dang.
Okay.
I thought like Guidance was a 6.
Oh no, just a 4.
Oh, it's
Okay,
not.
so
It's not
total
upgraded.
is 25 on that medicine check.
You think that at this point, removing those eggs is roughly a 50-50 chance of him surviving? And he's obviously recovered and came to as himself, having recovered from whatever charm curse he was put under. And you can see how they willingly got him to agree now.
Okay. Well, yeah. So she plays this sad song, like it's she doesn't know not to do that in front of somebody. And then she'll kind of she'll pull Percy to the side and she'll say, "I'm unfortunately well aware of this process. It's by a miracle that you were able to revive him, but if we were to, well, if it was within our ability to surgically remove these infestations from his body, he would have a 50% chance of surviving it. In the instance that we were willing to do this, would you perhaps be willing to inform him of his current circumstance? I feel that you're the best suited at delivering bad news."
Yes.
Percy's kind of like, I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Yes. I can definitely talk to him about it. I feel like it's up to him, but
Youth might
between
have
us,
some.
we probably have the expertise to give him the best shot.
I mean, maybe ask him if his clan has any expertise in this area as well. For all we know, they have an entire team of surgeons.
Duth is the lord of the area. He would have access to the better
This is a good point.
resources,
This is a good point.
as well as a high
We-
priest.
You're right. We have nothing to hide. Then, after maybe we should ask him. It is his life after all.
In fact, we can say that he was in a condition terrible at first, and we packed him up thanks to Percy, and let them make the decision together. It sounds
Yeah.
like perhaps the best order of operations, but Percy, in the future, you should have some forms for them to fill out before you do this, where they sign off and say it is okay and they give consent, and you can contact their mother or father if there is an emergency, and
Is this
authorization to share information and so forth.
form anything like the book that you want people to sign?
Oh,
Checkmate.
you never know.
So appropriate.
Thank you, Solitude. I'll definitely consider it in the future.
Je vous en prie.
I will approach Ursendel and talk to him. Ursendel, the Yuan-Ti have performed a ritual that incubates Yuan-Ti eggs inside of you.
Looks down at his stomach. Looks back at you. Go on.
They're currently still inside of you.
Thought
I am
something
happy.
didn't feel right in there.
Yes. We are happy to assist you as much as we possibly can. I have some surgical experience, but between Singirin and I, based on what we know, you have about a 50-50 shot with our expertise of living if we try to remove them from you. I assume if we don't remove them from you, you will probably also die. But if you know of anybody who has expertise, or you want to talk to your clan, or Duth Van Daren first, we can also do that.
Yes. We should return to Duth. I have things to tell him. Before whatever happens to me happens. My life is not important. What's important is getting him this information. I would deliver it to him myself if I can.
Can I ask you a question about that specifically?
Go ahead.
Duth seemed concerned that somebody on the inside, somebody that he knows within his ranks, may be part of the cult that you were looking for. Is that the information that you have for him?
Yes. Yes.
In that case, what is the best way? Should we call him here so he's not with his people?
I don't think I can travel much further on my own 2 feet. And carrying me about town, however you did so to get me here, is likely to garner attention we don't want to have. If you can bring him here quickly, you should do so. I feel great pain in my stomach.
I am on my way. I'll hop on the broom of the flying and go get Duth.
He lurches forward, curling into it, sort of like a ball, his chest on his knees. And you can see that his back is also kind of constricting in pain as he does this.
Lovely. As the healer, I'm just gonna do whatever I can medicinally to give him pain relief until we decide on surgery or not. / talk to Duth.
Without you spending any spell slots, I'll totally let you tend to him magically and medicinally in what ways you know how. Basically for free from a spell slot perspective. And you do give him some sense of relief, but you could see that there's something occurring. You're not sure if it's contractions or just pain in general from whatever's in his stomach, but based on Singirin's assessment, time is of the essence.
Okay. Then I guess I want to ask him. We will get Duth here as soon as possible, but if this looks like a situation where we need to try to remove that, or you're not going to be able to share your information in time. What do you want us to do?
If it comes to that, I will pass my information on to you. But
Okay.
only you, who has healed me and helped me. The rest of these people, I cannot be sure I can trust. Please forgive me.
He looks at all of you, apologizing rather sincerely, but you get the sense that this guy has some information that could crack all of Zendrick right here and right now, or at least all of Xantashk, for that matter. Definitely
You poor
most of
puss.
House Thrask.
Okay, I do the Jordan shrug, look at Percy, and then head off to get Deuce.
Fly on the broom! Go!
Yep. Broom
God
out,
damn.
go.
Tongue in
But,
or tongue out?
No, it's just Percy's the one with the tongue out. I'm just like, yeah, told you guys, and get out, and then I GTFO.
Love it. Love it. Time lapse to when that is done, if that's what you guys
Yeah,
want.
I'll spam message spells because I got 120-foot range. I'll spam message spells to Deuce. Hey, Deuce Valdelran, we have a emergency situation. Please meet me at the front of your abode. You can reply to this message over and over again.
That's hilarious. He's just getting blasted with messages. The first response that you get is like, I'm in the middle of, and then he like automatically gets another message from you, so he's interrupted by your message. And he like actually like stops his message that he's sending you to get your message. Then he starts ignoring all those other ones that come after that, as he's obviously received it and is able to reply back to you with a second message that says, I'm in the middle of a meeting, but I will come urgently. And he, shows up within about the time it took you guys to get to and from his little area of Xantash to the lizard house. So you think that he made true on those words, at least when he arrives. If anybody wants to say or do anything in between that time, now is definitely your time to do it.
I think I would just meet with Singirin and get all the surgical stuff prepared in case we have to do surgery on this guy.
You guys are literally doctoring hardcore right now.
Please
We're
do
like
surgery.
making a clean room, getting everything disinfected.
All of a sudden, rubber gloves are coming out of nowhere. It's like, what the hell? All right.
She'll say like, "This is. I just want you to know what you're getting yourself into. This has never been attempted, to my knowledge. Usually, outsiders never observe this type of ritual. This will be challenging indeed."
Well, I can tell you one thing. Anything that comes out of that bear is getting a bullet.
Ursendel is
It would be a mercy.
definitely willing for these to come out of his stomach, by the way. So if he didn't give that impression before, he's willing to have that happen now, and before he gets a medical assessment, he's like, get him out.
I'd like the record to reflect that that Lisa is doing Percy Elite RP while taking notes.
Zamiel will offer the aid of his mage hand if needed in surgery. I imagine that something like that would be very useful.
Yeah,
That's a
so
great
useful,
idea. Mage hand surgery.
So I got one of them too if you need it.
Yeah, you don't have to stick a dirty hand in the person's freaking,
Do mage
such a
hands have to
problem.
scrub up, or are they clean when they're summoned, or does it depend on the caster?
I don't think it's just an invisible force. It doesn't have any germs on it.
Yeah, I guess it's a sanitary. Force magic sounds sanitary to me.
It does. It really does. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like way better than a surgical glove.
Yeah.
I have to do this because I have to do this. I'm gonna pull Solitude aside. Hopefully where Ursendel can't hear.
I have flown off, so
no, I'm sorry. You're not there. Yep, never mind.
Yep.
I haven't seen anybody in the group like journal anything or draw anything, right?
Well, me, you've seen me ride my book of
Yeah, I was
shadows.
gonna say,
Okay.
you've definitely seen
Alright.
Little Miss Book of Shadows over there.
It's weird. Sometimes I'll pull out the book and I'm not even writing anything, and it's like I'm having a conversation with the book. It's like I'm reading the book and then putting
Like
it up
Tom
and
Riddle.
writing. Not to be derivative, but perhaps. Yeah, so I race to grab Dooth.
You say you race to grab him?
Yep.
He lets you grab him. He's just laying there right now, kind of being a good patient. He looks up at you, kind of wondering why you're grabbing him.
Dooth, not Ursendal.
Oh, I'm dumb. You said Dooth. I was thinking
Grab him.
Ursendel. You said Dooth very clearly. I even said Dooth myself when I asked you, but my brain's not working because I was thinking Ursendel. In that case, I will get Dooth. That's such a fun name.
Is that D-U-T-H or
D-E-U-T-H? D-U-U-T-H. Dooth.
Ooh.
It's like dude.
It is like dude, kind of. I like it. That's his nickname. Someone gave him a nickname already though, and it was way better than dude or dooth. I think it was you, Percy.
Yeah.
I did?
No, never mind. It was Brian. It was Singurin. It was the other lady in the group.
Your Doothfulness.
Hey,
Yes,
hello.
you're oh, sorry, Solitude. You don't act like a lady though very often.
It was the best solitude burn of all
It
time.
was my only
Yeah,
comeback in
but
that situation. It was,
That was very. Got that from the
very
hip.
solid
You really
burn.
did.
it was a layup.
Yes.
It was a layup. All right. All right. Well, in that case, yeah, it doesn't take long for Our Lady Solitude to come back to us with Dooth in tow. And he is probably very much so staring at her behind as she walks through the door. That's probably how she got him here so quickly. Who knows? She
Drop them off. Yep.
no.
They really should have a vehicle or a service that does this. Perhaps a governmental thing that with a siren that people have to get out of the way for when people are in a time of need.
Normally, when people allow me enough time to get my skyship, I can do so, but you seemed rather intent on getting here quickly.
Oui, Dooth, Ersendel Dooth. Congrats away.
Arsendale, they found you. And in quite a state, I can see. Where was he?
Dooth kind of looks expectantly at all of you.
We found him in a Yanti temple.
Moments away from being sacrificed, it would have seemed. Come to find out, he is harboring fugitives,
So the
so to
cults
speak.
have inhabited the old ruins. Quite a problem indeed. Not good.
He bites his fist in thought, and then he quickly stops that train of thought, looks at Ursendal, walks over to Ursendal, and kneels down beside him.
Old friend, glad to see you're at least back here and home.
And he kind of grabs onto Ursendal's hand and looks over his wound.
What have they done to you?
He looks back at you guys, looking for some sort of an answer, hoping that maybe you've, given him some sort of assessment or medical analysis.
I think Singurin should be the one to explain.
Singurin, if you're willing to share it, you don't need to do so again, but you can just say you share with him.
Yeah, well, she'll basically, she'll try to not give full details and respect, but she'll kind of tell him his circumstance. Oh, and yeah, she'll add this. At the end, she'll add, you know, that he has a 50% chance if we try to save him right now, but he was more concerned about telling you what he had to say.
Anything we can do to help him. Anything at all. We must do it.
Ursindel begins to kind of cough and choke back something in his throat.
If anyone can do something to save this individual, it is Percy. She is a worker of the.
We would definitely share
the
with Duth that he has crucial information that he needs to share with Duth first.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if they can do that as quickly as possible, then we can help Ursindel.
And in the same vein, Ursindel's, as he kind of recovers from his coughing fit, is trying to say to Duth,
It doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter what happens to me. You must listen to what I found out there.
and at this, Duth kind of narrows his eyes on just Ursindel, giving him his full attention.
The UNT cult. They are working with the blue cultists that have been gathering in Corvair. They are planning something that will shatter this world to its core. They want to reopen the gates to release the Dalkir, to release all the devils of Kyber back onto the plane of Eberron.
He leans forward again, groaning with some sort of deep pain in his stomach.
Worse over, I think whatever in my stomach is supposed to lead them.
He doubles over, not able to speak further.
The one I fell in love with, the UNT leader. She was going to mate with what was born out of me. And that would birth an anathema.
And those of you who don't know what an anathema is, I think at least one
Yeah.
or two of you
Yeah.
are going to know what an anathema
And
is.
Gura's face turned. Like, if she could turn white, she would turn white. But she does back up slowly and, like, put her back against the wall.
To lead the Dalkir to Corvair. To break the walls down between Drome and the rest of Corvair. All alliances will fall. Civilization, as we know it, will crumble.
I think our airship can wait. I think we have a more pressing matter at hand. She says that, like, very matter of fact. And, like, nothing else matters.
Of course, the leaders of Drone are none other than the. She looks at Duth.
The daughters of Sorkel.
Does he seem concerned about this news or psyched? Like, like, is he concerned or hiding, like faking concern about this news? Doof.
He is in utter shock. He looks like someone who's built an empire with someone that they knew very little about.
Okay.
But his response is, I knew them to have dark dealings, but this is treason against the land, against the very world itself. They will bring darkness upon us all. I must consult the triumvirate. And when he says the triumvirate, he's referencing the three respective leaders of the clans that exist within Thrask currently. Of the Ashta clan, of the clan Veldaren, and the third clan, which we haven't really talked about too much yet.
Well, I certainly hope this is a unifying moment for your clans. You'll certainly need it if what he says is true.
And for the record, that's the Torn clan. 2 R's. Just seeing all the memes
I'd
now.
like to attend a meeting of the Triumvirate.
How does Ursendale look? Does he look like he's...
He looks like he's about 9 months pregnant with a baby that he never wanted to have.
Percy is like super hovering and like ready to
Kelsey.
shoot everybody out.
Is
That's
this
a
our
real
now
work.
or never moment?
Yeah, wait, do your work. And she, in a little cluster of feminine energy, traces a little icy rune in your forehead.
Oh,
And she says a little muttered prayer in her voice, and you have guidance for 1 minute.
thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to say you have advantage from our Lord Dooth, who I confused with Ursendal moments ago, who is going to, basically provide you with any means necessary, as you said before. So anything you need, anything he can do to aid that, he's going to do. And in that sense, you have advantage from him.
Perfect.
And Sin is going to play a song for you also to give you inspiration. Bardic inspiration.
Perfect. And I'll definitely use the 2 mage hand people. And do I have the message cantrip?
Damiel might be able to. Message.
I do, yeah.
Is it the music that's playing when surgery's going on in Grey's Anatomy or ER?
I'm just going to try to catch Solitude's eye with my back turned to Ursendal so Ursendal can't see me, and kind of mimic pantomime, like drawing and recording, and like point back to Ursendal, like, can you draw what you see as I do the surgery?
With a flourish, she flips the page almost. The book almost like eagerly flips to a whole new section that's not even been out there yet. And she pulls her fancy little purple gemmed amethyst pen and starts to scrawl.
Perfect.
Using illusory script, she will draw the procedure, and it'll look like she's drawing just a bunch of boobies on the page, but she's actually drawing the surgical procedure.
Nice.
Dude, Bluey is totally behind Solitude right now, just shaking his head like you're an idiot, Solitude. You think of one thing is what Bluey says to Solitude, and that's the only comment he makes. That's hilarious, dude.
Bluey's so disappointed in me, he just doesn't know.
Illusory script is the best.
I don't know. Oh.
Oh boy, I think that was me. Sorry.
No, that's me.
Oh. Nice.
One last question for the surgery prep here. Does anyone have hold person memorized?
Ooh.
I do.
Funny. I actually
Really? I need one.
I have hold person
Okay,
in
good.
one hand and a gun in the other.
Cool. I can only
Yeah,
concentrate on
As
one
I-
thing,
person's
so I
really
definitely
going to
won't
make
get it.
this a lot easier.
I would love to keep the aura of vitality up if you will let me concentrate on that spell and actually do the surgery.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Then Percy goes in. I would actually love to borrow some of Garrett's flask though. Extra sedative.
Yes.
Is
Especially
it
for
a sedative? Yeah. Something
Yes.
strong.
It's definitely a sedative.
Mhm.
Bluey uses it to clean sometimes his joints.
Oh. Yeah. GMW,
I'll
if you
just
would allow us to.
Oh, Phelan could give you some honey from his alchemy jug. It's got antibacterial properties.
At the mention of honey, you see all of a sudden Ursindel takes interest. His nose starts to twitch.
What if we mix some honey with what's in GMW's flask and give him a little
Oh.
Something to soften.
moonshine oxymel thing?
Phelan pulls his alchemy jug out and will pour out a gallon of honey.
Oh my gosh.
well, I ain't got that damn much in my flask.
I'll
I'll
mix
just
like
hand the
a
flask to Percy and let her
just mix like a
do
couple
as she
ounces
will.
of the flask and a couple ounces of honey and give that to Ursindel. Half a cup of tea.
You might want to take a sip of it there yourself.
I don't think so. No.
Ursindel comments on how delicious it is at your refusal.
I think I'm good. I don't think you want me taking a sip either.
Perhaps you're right. Oh, get on with it then.
Okay.
And he lays back down, but he doesn't let go of the drink. He keeps sipping on the drink here and there.
Well, Percy dives in. What do you need me to?
You are going to roll a medicine check for this as well, and it's basically just going to be for the whole surgery, which is why it's 50-50. It's probably a little bit more close to better odds with your bonus there and with the guidance and advantage, but you've upped that considerably with all of the support you have around you, as well as the fact that bears love honey naturally.
And you've got two mage hands assisting with your surgery, handing you tools and taking away soiled ones and whatnot.
Nice.
You got to do
They
that
never get
also.
bloody or dirty or nothing.
I was raised on Winnie the Pooh, and I'm in firm belief that honey has magical properties.
They
That's
want
kind of what I
Yes.
was
and
thinking.
to dry your brow of sweat.
You said I have advantage?
Yep.
There's a way to add that in Offray, right?
There is dash ADV at the end of whatever you're trying to do. Just space dash ADV.
And
Yep.
then. Oh, cool.
Guidance
And
and
then
Bardic,
Yeah, what do I add for that?
D6 and or D8.
I think it's
Oh,
a
D8?
D8. Yeah, I was gonna say Bardic's a D8.
That makes it a 28.
Come on, high roll. Guidance.
Oh, guidance is a D4, right?
Yeah.
Guidance, oui, oui.
Okay, that's a 30. You guys are
30,
so
30.
good at helping. And I'm just gonna use my aura of vitality to heal him every few, or as much as I need as I'm doing the surgery.
As you perform the surgery, things go well. Ursindel survives. However, during the surgery, you're most surprised to find that there is not 3 to 6 eggs inside of our friend here, nor is the single egg that you find within him shattered, broken, or diseased in any way. As a matter of fact, it is a pristine UNT egg.
I will hand that to whoever takes it first.
Oh shit! Damn it! I got dropped
Sin is
out.
going to take it. Sin will
Nice.
take it.
Nice.
What happened? What happened? Sorry.
He had
Scan.
one very pristine, unblemished egg inside of him.
And to be
Egg
honest
look like
with
a
you,
Rochi's egg.
To be honest with you, she kind of snatches it.
Throw it in the bag.
Hold on.
Bag of holding.
Hold your pants. Does it look like a Roshi's egg?
It does kind of look like a Rochi's egg, but not the same. It looks like maybe a different breed or a different, from a different area or something like that. But definitely colored, shape, size, texture. It looks different.
Okay.
Yeah, she snatches
She
it,
won't
and
fight.
yeah,
She won't fight. Yeah, she's not gonna fight.
And if no one else besides Singurin steps forward to get it, it's going with Singurin.
Be careful with eggs like that, Singiarian. I have seen
Yeah.
similar ones before. Not
yeah. She takes out
exactly
a. She goes to a corner and takes out like a chest, and then puts the egg in a chest, and then puts it back into her bag of holding, next to another egg.
Wait, next to another egg?
You didn't see that.
I didn't see it. Sorry, that was totally out of character. But what?
What you don't see.
Solitude shoots a first, like, concerned, mistrustful glance at Singurin that she's had since for a hot minute. But then she kind of composes herself.
Voltai's probably been watching this whole thing with equal parts curiosity and disgust. But he's definitely more interested in Duth's talk of the triumvirate.
And a worthy conversation too is Ursindel will probably be, I would say, sedated after that procedure and out for a little while, either through medical means or magical means. Someone sleep spells him.
For sure.
But yeah, either way, job well done, and you basically saved Ursindel's life. And that awards you the audience of Duth as a guy who's been kind of pinballing around town, or I should say a half-orc who's been pinballing around town and hard to pin down for longer than 10 minutes, his full attention for an indefinite period of time. So
That was a great job, though, everybody. That was nice team effort.
Yep.
Let us
Pretty
pat
good.
Percy on the back.
That was pretty darn awesome.
Yep.
Well done, Dr. Gray.
Thank you. Percy's gonna like sit down and take a break after that. Somebody else can definitely talk to Duth.
She's probably exhausted.
Solitude gives you a hug. Percy, I am so proud of you. No one could have accomplished that. You are so talented and smart. It is such if, and she looks at Bluey. If there is a prophecy draconic, it would most surely not involve Percy and myself. So I think we are on the right track, n'est-ce pas?
Or the snakes with the weird eggs, whatever.
You guys are gonna have to tell me about this prophecy at some point. But she like waves you off, like not now. Too tired.
Too tired. I cast Greater Restoration today.
Need that catnap spell.
Yeah.
Roll since I forgot this, I'm going to try and give this a chance to come back. Roll a perception check for me, Voltai. I almost said Artemine. I almost did it.
You almost did it.
Well, I used
All right,
Discord a lot for that reference too, which is nice. And then I always say the first name that appears there.
All right. Well, perception is my expertise. So let's see what we got. I got a 22.
And in this sense, it's hearing. Your keen ears over here just before the surgery occurs. Ursindel, urgently kind of pulls Dooth in close towards him and whispers something in his ear that he didn't want the rest of you to hear. This is probably the information that he planned to share, maybe specifically with Percy. But you get to hear it, Voltai, and so the rest of you will get to hear it for the moment. And it is that a half-orc within the Veldaren clan named Verg, who's sort of a kind of a rogue player, someone who's hard to discipline, is what?
A loose cannon.
Yeah, a loose cannon. Exactly. He was
All right,
amongst
that's it.
amongst the UNT.
Like a bloodhound, Voltai hears this, perks up, and once everything is kind of calmed down, he moves over to Dooth and leans in. Your man mentioned a half-orc by the name of Verg. What do you know of this being?
How did you hear that?
He takes note of this, making sure that he's going to keep his voice low around you from now on. And
Verg. He's under my employ. He has the mark of House Tharask as well, unfortunately. I suspected him to be a traitor, and my suspicions are confirmed. What's worse, he has quite a following within House Tharask. He is the son of a great leader within our clan.
This man is my mark. I am contracted to bring him to justice. Do you know his whereabouts?
To justice? For what crimes is he guilty in your eyes?
I do not ask these questions. All I know is that I am contracted and I will bring in my mark.
Not unlike him to get himself into trouble.
he sort of writes off your overall goal and task. Obviously, looking burdened with his own internal thoughts about his realizations about this Verg character.
Surely, if he gets himself into enough trouble and he holds enough sway, then you might be inclined to remove him from the board altogether.
I would give him to you freely
For
now.
the aid. Oh, really? Well then, you need merely tell me a location.
That is the problem. He has been absent for some time now, living out in the shot fields. And it seems Ursindel came upon him. I suspect he is in leagues out there with the UNT in the ruins of old. And it is clear they are planning something.
And it seems we must wait for Ursindel to regain consciousness. Have questions for him. Nevertheless, thank you for your information. And remember, I am listening.
That was nice. What do we know about the Dalkir and
They're
this
dangerous.
anathema?
The Dalkir. I think you guys would know a little bit about the Dalkir, and I'll just tell you so your characters kind of have the insight. The Dalkir were basically dark evil monsters that came from Kyber, and they had the power of gods. They're terrifyingly powerful. Aberrant creatures began to form all around wherever these things would roam. They literally turned the lands into darkness. Lush forests would die and become just gray clay, and really terrible things occurred to the living creatures that lived in the areas that these things started to inhabit. Animals would start to, transform into monstrous, horrifying things, aberrant beasts. And some of these things may have been encountered by some of you.
What are they in relation to the overlords?
That's a good question.
More dangerous, less dangerous, similar.
in terms of like they're not connected in any way really. They're definitely two different groups, but in terms of history, the overlords are kind of predate them.
Okay, different than overlords. That's kind of all that.
Yeah, it's a tough question to answer. There's not too much similarities between them. The overlords are a different group altogether.
Yeah.
So where are we? Are we still all in that room?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Singura is going to say because Duth is still talking to Ursindel, right?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, so Singura is going to say to the group, Singura is going to say to the group, they mentioned, or Ursindel mentioned the name of the anathema. It's good that we saved Ursindel, not just for his sake, but of the sake of Zindric. If this thing was meant to bear child to an anathema, then Zindric would have been driven to war. You see, the anathema are the final stage of the UNT evolution. It's sort of what they all aspire to be. It's next to a demigod, really. And anathema can, well, they can magically persuade all UNT in their vicinity under their control, and they're almost always warlike. What he said was true.
Oof.
What
They're
he said
hideous
was
looking.
true. You must be familiar, yes. multiple heads, sometimes the faces of humans, babies, animals, with the it's just the fear that they can conjure. It's unimaginable. It was a good thing we did this, not just for Ursendale, but for Zendrick. And she just
Alright,
kind of like sheepishly steps away.
what about the egg? Is the egg still capable of hatching this? Or now that it has been removed, the threat is gone?
I believe he said the egg was meant to mate with this priestess, this leader you encountered.
Oh, that is
With
correct.
their
Yes.
pairing undone, then I think the threat has been averted.
Alright, Singilin, if you say so. So that was a lot. But now we know the plan, of the UNT and the blue coat. Is it all dashed against the rocks now that this anathema is not to be born, or are they going to simply come up with another option?
One can only assume they will try again. Determined are the UNT.
There's plenty of other incubators for whatever they were trying.
It's hard to say. It's unlikely they would come up with a suitable vessel to their liking, maybe. Maybe something was special about Ursendale. I would imagine if they could find multiple or alternatives, they would have done so earlier.
The one who did this to Ursendale. We must find her. She confronted us out in the shard fields, says Bluey to Duth and the rest of the party.
Wait, that's right, Zamiel says, suddenly having a thought that didn't occur to him before. I saw a Yuan-Ti half-blood when we were attempting to escape with Ursendel, and she disappeared when we attempted to engage her.
Yes, Serpentia. She is a menace, a voice amongst town, until I banned her presence.
Do you have the means to track her down?
Yes, the presence
I
of,
can.
more pure bloods would mean this plot is deeper than we thought, and it also explains why these heavily armed and armored clans are so nervous about this.
I must keep my clansmen close to the house now more than ever. I do not know what is to happen. As I said, I must consult the triumvirate, give them this news, and we must make a unified decision what is to occur. However, I would dispatch you out into the forest to bring this Serpentia to justice.
You merely need to point me to the trail. I will track down this witch of which you speak.
Toe to toe with Serpentia? When do we start?
The
After
sooner the better.
a good
These
night's rest.
messages.
She is ambitious, cold and arrogant. She is, in essence,
like
the
it.
ideal Yuan-Ti. She considers herself far above any lesser race, such as human tiefling, for that matter.
He looks on to Solitude.
How many others are in the cult? We are but 7, 6 or 7 or 8, depending on who comes.
That is what I'm afraid of. If they've succeeded in creating one pure blood, they've probably succeeded in creating more.
Something
All
tells
creatures
me
can die.
you won't have to hunt too far for Serpentia. Something tells me she'll be hunting for you. And for that,
something.
He points to whatever bag or holder our friend Singurin put the egg into.
Right. Well, then perhaps we use this as the bait. And spring a trap for her. I will be able to see her no matter how she tries to cloak herself. If I get close enough. Maybe the advantage is ours. She looks at Zamiel and I think it was Garrett Morrison Wild. Well, set a place other than the entrance to the inn. Too many entrances,
Indeed. Although, is Duth still around?
Yes.
The noble?
Yep.
Zamiel has one question to ask. We were promised pay for this, correct? Is there
Oh.
any chance we could receive our pay and also perhaps negotiate pay for this next job? And then Zamiel looks over at Garrett at GMW and kind of gives him a thumbs up, like he's learning about business.
Right.
And it might be a little extra for this surgery we just completed on your friend here to keep him alive.
Procedure most unique and unparalleled in this continent, I would be hazard a guess.
And
Good job, yes.
with that argument, he quickly makes payment. No extras on top of whatever.
Bringing him back alive
Nice try.
was part of the deal, wasn't it?
That is a good point.
Well, if we're going to go back into the lair of the beasts, I expect we'll be paid better this time.
Maybe up front.
Some up front, maybe.
Solitude, very impressed at Phelan's salvo there.
That was nice.
You mean savvy, probably. I'm not going to correct people. I'm sorry. I love both of those words, though.
GMW gives a little wink to Zamiel.
And Phelan will kind of shoulder nudge you.
Samuel remarks, I didn't have to really pay so much for my living until I lived in Sharn. Now I understand why Garrett is so insistent on receiving payment.
Well, I've always said if you're good at doing something, don't do it for free.
He's right, because you can't afford to.
That's right. Cigarettes and alcohol don't pay for themselves.
Although that did get me arrested because my specialty is, magic and demonology and whatever. Consorting with devils, they said.
Backstory.
So should we return to your abode to receive our compensation, or would it be brought to us? And we shall embark on the morrow to formulate our plan and address Serpentia.
Sounds reasonable. We did just get back from the jungle. We could use a rest. Yes.
Especially Percy.
Yes, and she's already asleep, I'm assuming.
Just snoring in the corner.
Look how peaceful and innocent she looks. So cute.
He offers to triple your pay in gold in order to bring Serpentia to justice. And he also offers to Voltai as like basically a part of this reward that, you can take Verg and do what you will with him. But he asks of you that he can basically bring him before his people to let him know of his treason. So he can dissuade any loyalty towards his position amongst his clan.
Bound and gagged, your betrayer will be kneeled before you.
So we need one dead and one alive.
Variety is the spice of a life.
It seems like we have a plan.
Like a Voltai's getting double paid for his job.
Hell yeah, that's totally okay with him, man. He's greedy as fuck.
Bluey is going to
He
ask him
will-
later, like, how many times has he done this and gotten double paid for his job by getting involved with the other circumstances that these people have gotten themselves in trouble for.
From time to time, he usually doesn't associate himself with a whole bunch of people, but from time to time, I'm sure.
The life of a
But
bounty hunter.
he's the kind of guy who will help a little old lady across the street and then ask her for a silver. So
Do we think that this clan will also be in the possession of the shards Siberius? I know that that is another item of import.
I think we'll have to plan our own expedition for things like that.
Oh, it is in the same location.
Don't worry, we'll have an opportunity after things are, hopefully this terrible plot is thwarted, because, as usual, there are many ominous overtones here.
Oui, in fact, simply the fact that this other continent is in league with the cult of the blue, and therefore the Lord of the Blades and his master is daunting a fact enough. Perhaps if we do this, we will cut off the lifeline between the two, or at least impair it sufficiently.
And you notice halfway through your last two sentences, Zamiel has stopped maintaining eye contact with you, and if you look down, you can see his fist shaking as if he's angry about something or at someone, and you can tell he's not listening.
rude.
Super rude. But I like it.
So,
Well, you all right there, buddy? You look a little tense.
No, it just seems my chickens are coming home to roost, if you know what I mean. And he kind of elbows you and saying how he put that in cowboy terms for you.
Well, all of this saving of the life has made me thirsty. I am going to go get a drink at the bar downstairs. You are welcome to join me. But as far as I am concerned, this was a job well done. And the rest well deserved. Au revoir. Kisses her lavender, luxurious hand and blows a kiss to the group and heads over to the bar.
Dirty flirt.
The reason why it was hard to answer the question about overlords being related to the Dalkir is mainly because there is a connection between one who's said to be bound within Kyber and who the blue cultists are trying to raise.
Right.
Dula Zurak. And
is that the cult below?
That is the Cult of the Dragons below. They're in league with the Cult of the Dragons below. Basically, blue cultists are a spin-off of a similar, the same cult. People who are trying to reopen doors to Kyber and bring the inhabitants back. That's their overall what they chant into the night. But
That name is so badass to me.
the blue cultists, they have a much more specific deity who is said to be locked within Kyber. And his name is Dula Zurak. He was once a fierce warrior who actually was a dragon, and he did indeed fight the overlords and the Rakshasa back in the Age of Demons. So there's that small connection there, but the Dalkir weren't like really in league with Dula Zurak. The Dalkir were kind of like just aberrant monsters who their main deal was just carrying out darkness upon the world. So similar, but different.
I only know one of the names, I think, of the Delkir from the novels, but I think that's the Prince of the Gibbers, Prince of Slime.
Well, I think I'm also gonna head down to the bar, refill my flask. Samuel, if you want a drink, first round's on me. Jim W.
Olo's got grog.
Walk
Samuel
it out.
nods and says, "Yes, I might need a few this time," and accompanies you to.
Spurs clinking all the way down the hallway.
And I suppose
Phelan.
I should check and make sure that Elagos isn't harassing the locals. I did leave my dragon outside. I found it best that he not accompany us. Would be rather cramped. Can you guys imagine having a fucking dragon smashed into that room at the same time? Oh, Jesus.
No,
I'm literally doing it
no.
right now.
I would imagine
It's what's happening in my brain right now. If you were
I would
wondering.
imagine that a dragon will feel a little bit more at home at a town filled with littered folk.
When I'm down at the bar, I'm gonna get a little juice box and a little bowl of berries for Percy to bring up for Percy afterwards.
Wow.
Like a fruit punch flavored Capri Sun and some Twizzlers, like that the Zendrick version of that.
It's Twizzlers, actually.
Twizzlers, oui. Capri Sun, Twizzlers.
Twizzlers number 9.
Twizzlers.
Twizzlers.
I know the way. I know the way to pass
Twizzlers.
his heart. Everything is fun to say
A solitude.
in Solitude's accent.
Yeah. So I'll tell
Roll it.
do not tell me how to say Twizzlers.
If it's got an R, you got to roll it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think at this point, Duth would probably take his leave, knowing that Ursindel is in good hands for the moment and can rest here. He speaks briefly with Olo before leaving, asking him to watch over Ursindel until he gets back, and giving him what seems to be a fair sum of gold coins to pay to Drums, for the room, and basically telling her to not let these people pay. So you'll find that your money is refunded to you for your night's stay when you
perfect.
guys get downstairs.
I gave her 20 gold pieces for the room.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. My puppy fell off of a very low but high for him since he's small.
He got brave.
He's all like,
Oh.
so
Yeah.
I gotta do a tent on the puppy.
Oh.
Go
His
do
pride,
that.
hurt his pride.
Yep.
Smooth popper. Super smooth popper.
We got a reclining chair, and I replaced it with a reclining chair that looks exactly like it, except it also like swivels on an axis, so it can go full 360 degrees around. And my dogs didn't understand that because the last one was stationary. And one of them jumped up there and we just went flying off of it. I was like, well, I guess that's not the dog chair anymore, is it? Poor dogs. They've figured it out at this point. They're like, that thing, it's no fun.
If you don't know, now you know.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take.
I had a dog that never. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, let's take a 5-minute break. So yeah, absolutely, we'll hear your dog story because I'm down to hear it.
All right, I'll be back.
Oh no, I wanna hear your dog story before you leave.
Oh no, yeah, my dog never got that name of what not to jump on and what to jump on. He just like the next day he just wipes the hard drive and just makes the same
No.
mistake.
He's like, nope, I'll be good. Just run into that door. It'll probably be softer this
He could
time.
never figure out that a glass door wasn't there.
Yep.
Like it wasn't like a.
I think for some dogs, it's just like a visual thing. Like they just can't, like literally cannot see it. My dogs, every time I open my sliding door, just smash their face into the screen right away. And I'm like, you guys never understand this. So we're 5 screens deep now, and we still don't know to not smash our heads into the screen. But they're just big dummies. What do you expect?
They just believe that that's the outside.
I think for me, it's just like all they care about is rabbits and squirrels, and they're like, that screen does not matter. I do see it, but it's in my way.
It's a small off.
If one of them gets their head stuck in it, they probably won't learn.
No, they just go right through it. Like their heads just bowl through it.
I was gonna say it'll never happen because they'll never get any like consequences from it. Their head will never get stuck because they're too strong. They'll just rip right through it.
Yeah, I'm not buying the industrial grade screen.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just
get them stuck like that.
Just to
teach him a lesson.
Cheapest one I can get.
Expensive one too.
No. They learn their lessons different ways.
Yeah, right. They still get through it. You're like, wow, that's impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I gotta cut you out of it.
Over here.
I was just saying, we're gonna take 5, John. So go ahead and do what you gotta do. Give him some pets and some love. I'm gonna go get a drink. You guys go do bio.
He doesn't want to fetch. He just like I threw like his favorite toy from the fetch. He kind of like after he had his little spill, and I like attended to him. He's like, oh, I just want to kind of be with you right now.
He's like, maybe I should fall down more often.
He's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Like
he sounds like
poor little guy. He took a little spill, and he had like the little, high pitched little sound.
Oh yeah,
it was like faint.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Probably surprised more than anything.
He just got scared.
Yeah.
He's okay. But boy, he's like, oh. It was a bonding. He's like, oh, he takes care of me.
Yeah, anytime your dog yelps, you definitely should respond to it. 'Cause most of them don't do that very often, Like they don't. Like they'll yawn and stuff. Like my dog yawns, like when she's fed up.
Mm-hmm.
She just
it was a little yelp. He's not so like among the many differences between dogs and cats. Dogs, at least this guy, he does not land well compared to.
Dude, dogs are not. Yeah, they're not built.
No dog lands well. Not a single dog.
No, they're like
he's
the funny thing too.
Down from like such a shitty lander.
Yeah, they're like, I got this, and then you see him jump, and they're like, I don't got this.
No, yeah, you look at a football player like a quarterback taking a bad land on their collarbone kind of thing. That's what this. It was like 1.5 feet maybe, but he's a 5 pound dog, And so his jump down, he was all excited and he kind of just leapt down and just landed head and shoulder just on the ground, hard
Dude,
core. And
Dude,
all of a sudden, it's
I always
Poor
I always
Beanie
feel
Boy.
so bad whenever I'm holding dog and I forget that dog is dog and I
yes,
drop dog like cat.
from like 6 inch. Yeah, from like six. That was a first like a 6 or 8 inch drop, and it's just like,
I'm
they
so
so
like
this
used
guy,
to I'm so used to
yeah,
dropping Samson from my
yeah,
waist and him just
yeah.
like
Oh, they're
landing
fine.
no
Yeah,
problem.
like they're pissed. They're pissed if you set them down. They're insulted almost. Yeah, yeah.
they lack a cat's grace.
My one dog is like a freaking cat. It's a 70-pound Labradoodle, and she can stand next to my bed. My bed's pretty high up too, and just jump
Oh,
sideways
jump.
onto the bed.
Oh,
I'm like, how do you jump
sideways jump,
sideways? Like, what the hell?
like a high jumper, like a
Yeah,
Fosbury flop.
literally, like her
Oh,
whole
God.
body is pressed up against the side of the bed, and she just jumps
Sure.
vertically and lands
That's
on the
pretty
bed.
impressive.
I'm like, all right, you
Trying to
ninja.
show off to you.
She does,
Showing
dude.
off to dad,
She,
yeah.
she's got some hops too at the dog park, but that's
Well,
probably
Phelan,
something to
thank
do
you
with
for
it.
your sweet and long poem about my kitty. That's pretty nice.
Yeah,
Sweet.
dude, I'm sorry to hear about your cat. That
Yeah,
stinks.
man, it happens so fast. But like in the world of pet experiences from beginning to end, I couldn't ask for anything more than that, dude. And to have ended up finding, you know, my dog when I did, it's the timing is,
Man,
you know, pretty.
as much as it may suck that it happened quickly, just
Oh
be
yeah,
really glad that it wasn't a
oh yeah.
slow, arduous
I've had
process.
I've had the surgery, radiation, chemo, feeding tube. I've had that in the past. It's just, oh, this was he's a good dude. He's a good fucking cat.
He looks so
And
cute.
I've discovered, so this guy, he likes he likes to, so he's so into people, like obsessed with people, especially like children, girls, and females in general, but just people, just ridiculous. So the other day I took him, I went out of my condo and took him in my car just to go to like this local outdoor shopping center. And then a day or so later, when I try to walk him back from just going outside of the park, he wants to go right past my door and go left instead of right to the parking garage. I'm like, wait, what, do you want to go for a ride right now? Is that what you're telling me? And sure enough, yeah, he knows right is to the park outside and left is somewhere in the car that's probably pretty awesome. And he wants to go in the car with me somewhere. And I took him to the parking garage and he hopped into my car. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go take a road trip. So that's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, it's nice to
I
have a
actually just got
companion on the road too.
Mm-hmm.
I just got Samson declared as an emotional support animal.
Oh, that's
So I don't
awesome.
have to
Sweet.
fucking pay for him to be in any apartments or anything with me. So
Nice.
Yes, that is the awesome benefit to that program.
because this apartment that I'm looking at getting right now, it's this fucking like kind of sort of luxury high rise in downtown Orlando that they've got a fucking $400 pet deposit, not
Oh,
including the rent. And it's like, oh my
they get
God,
you
bro.
with a pet deposit. They get you bad with that.
Yeah, yeah. I said, fuck that. I'm not paying that shit. I will throw $150 at a fucking emotional support animal certificate.
Is that for like the year or for like a how long does that last?
it's for the year. It's more if you buy the lifetime. I'll probably buy the lifetime next year. I needed it right now so that I can get into this apartment as soon as possible and not have to fucking pay for him.
And how much were they going to charge you?
$400.
Like, and that's forever or?
that is a one-time non-refundable deposit, and then $25 every month thereafter.
Jesus, yeah. Anything you can do to take that down, yeah.
Yeah. So instantaneously, as soon as I was like, all right, this is the apartment I want. I can't not have my cat with me. Time to stop dragging my feet and actually get this dude certified. And now he's my certified orange boy.
Yeah, orange male is the best.
Dude, he's I it was absolutely hilarious. The chick that was at the like the leasing office desk, she was like, "Oh my god, orange boy cats, they have nothing between the ears, just purr." And it is so true. No brain cells, only purr. And he's loud, dude. His fucking purr motor is so loud.
Nice. Nice.
Mr. Dude, what's up, buddy?
Uh-oh,
You
it
had
loaded
you
in.
had a long hair though, man. Long hair orange
It
boys.
loaded in.
That was kind of medium hair, actually.
You call him a
I had
medium hair? You look kind of like a long hair though.
I had an 18-pound male, long hair. Like he had to go to the groomers once a month. So like Bibbit never had to go to the groomers once. So like that's like he had like Jackie, the 18-pounder, had like the under fur that would get mats, and he needed trims and shaves. So that like this the one I just lost, he did not need that. So yeah, he was medium hair, not short hair. Yours seems like a short hair to me. Bibbit was
Oh yeah, he's
medium, and
definitely short hair.
Jackie was a long hair. Oh, Benny. He's just
Yeah, I
laying on
guess I
my
suppose
belly
there
with
are
my
cats.
finger in his mouth.
There are cats that have hair that fucking drags the ground when they walk, so I suppose that would be a long hair.
Yeah, I had a domestic long hair. It was a tabby cat. It's pretty cool. An orange boy.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
Yeah.
His name was Butterscotch.
Hermagerd.
Oh my god.
Booterskirt.
I did not.
Hermagerd.
Yeah, shout out to
I
the
did
old boy.
not pick that name.
His name was Hermagerd.
Hermagerd.
Well, it was
His name
appropriate.
was Hermagerd.
Hermagerd.
Birder.
Yeah, my sis picked it. She was like, he's gonna be known as Butterscotch, and I really liked butterscotch candy, so I was like, I'm cool with that. I didn't really understand why, but now I do.
I dated a girl. She had a male, and she still named it Peaches because of the color.
Yeah, peach is orange, exactly.
Well,
but she was also doing it to name it after the Mario character. I'm like, you're ruining
Peach.
Your cat.
Yes,
dude, I played Peach.
I love it. I love it.
Peach was the beginning of me playing female characters in games.
I would play Peach, but my wife dominates the Peach every time we play. She's like, nope. Peach is me. I'm like, why is Peach always you? She's like, because I have blonde hair and Peach has blonde hair. I'm like, all right.
Ah, well, that's a good point.
I'll just shut up. Not play Peach ever.
That's a good point.
I'm convinced that Peach has some kind of special power in Mario Kart because my wife always whoops my ass in Mario Kart.
Plus, you can sing Peach her own theme song from the movie.
Peach in Super Mario 2 could float. That was such a good skill.
Yeah.
I don't remember the theme song specifically, like what the words were, but I remember what you're talking about.
With Jack Black, Peaches.
Yes, with the Mario movie.
Yeah,
I watched that last week
It's on Netflix
for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It was pretty good. I
Or-
thought it was true to Mario.
Our kid likes
Peaches, 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 pieces of peaches.
Jack Black nailed Bowser though, as even just like the
Yeah.
voice.
Solid.
Yeah, I feel like when I heard who they casted, I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. And then I watched the movie and I was like, everyone works out pretty good.
Yeah.
Even Toad, Luigi, they all worked pretty
Yeah.
You kind of like, all right, now I understand why you get paid millions to make movies, because you're pretty good at it.
Was Chris Pratt good at being Mario?
Yes.
good. He was.
He's great at being Mario.
I think
Really?
voice actors who have to like actually like embody a character with just their voice and the animation does the rest for them, like that is one of the hardest forms of acting out there. So like the good voice actors out there, they're usually good actors too.
Because they have a
And he
cameo from the original Mario voice at the beginning of the movie. There's
Mhm.
like a Mario looking guy playing the arcade and he goes, ooh, ooh, ooh. And that's
Yeah,
he was
actually
I
actually
also caught that.
He was good.
Well, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Mhm.
Wow. Okay, that was a.
Oh, I have an Eberron wiki on the Dalkir. Can I share it? If
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
as Eberonians.
Eberonians. I love that.
Yeah, the only one I remember was the novel The Orb of Zoriat, and I think they end up facing the Prince of Slime's forces, the Gibbers, or is it Gibbers?
Yeah, that I'm not familiar with. That's like novel lore. And
Mhm.
I have not
Yeah,
read
there's
many
But
of
that's
the
the only one.
novels.
That's the only one I know.
Well, you've mentioned something, Zoriat, number one. That is definitely in the Eberron lore, and to reference what Zoriat is basically their plane. It's the realm of darkness, and it is a fucking terrible dark place. Imagine if they were turning the world of Eberron into this fucked up, aberrant place where like trees transformed and the very earth that they stood on turned from grass to clay. Like, man, it was a dark place down there. The Underdark would be a nice place compared to this place. So
It sounds horrible.
yeah, it's not a
So
good.
this one talks about this differentiates them from the overlords, saying unlike the overlords with Age
Yes.
of Demons. So that's a pretty good little.
Yes, and I knew that they had like some like just the fact that they're in Kyber. Like there's I was trying to answer your question in a way that worked for our campaign basically because there is some connections
Well, if this doesn't
there.
work, feel free to delete.
No,
feel free to delete if it's not.
everything in the wiki is fine because most of the time I'm using that as a good spinal backbone because I figure that most of you guys can use that then too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm definitely so behind on Eberron lore. I'm gonna like have to rely really hard on the wiki in order to have a fucking clue what you guys are talking about.
Well, I mean, that's the thing about the wikis. The wikis are much more expansive than like Rising from the Last War or even some of like the original D&D Eberron books, because there is a lot. But that stuff is kind of like individual, whereas the wiki is a much more universal way to look at everything. Yeah, so feel free to use the wiki as a reference, and if there's something that doesn't work within it, I'll let you know as fast as possible. Yeah, most of the Eberron novels that I read actually dealt like mainly in Corvair area or some of them down here in Zendrick and Stormreach and stuff like that. But yeah, none in the realm of darkness. It sounds like a good one that I'll have to dig into. Hint, hint, side quest.
Side quest.
sure everybody's probably reading over the wiki. But yeah, I would
Some
say
fucking RP, yo.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what Zimzam's about to say.
Zim Zam. Oh, I didn't read RP. Oh shit.
I mean, we're at the bar. We can do it, in character or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fine. Up to you guys what you want
let's
to
do
do.
it. Want to interrupt the conversation that was going on, so it seemed easier to type it up.
Yep.
Just the average bar talk.
Did you put it in RP there, or did you just not type it in yet?
No, I put it in the RP.
Oh, gotcha. I gotcha. You were responding to what Artemine said to Zamiel, waiting to hear back to what he was gonna say. Yeah,
Yeah.
Artemine, Volti. God damn it.
Yeah, Zamiel's been he's been he's been in contact with devils, and he's been promised like accurate information from them, and he's starting to think some of the information he got from the devils isn't entirely, he was manipulated, like devils like to do, of course. But
Yeah. Volti has no context whatsoever. So he's just like, yeah, you're right. Slurp.
yeah, it's funny that you're like that too, because Zamiel has no idea how to react to your character either. He can't like even tell what race you are, so he's just. But he noticed that you're very powerful, and he doesn't know if you'll take offense to any of the off-putting things he says. So he's trying not to start a battle with you. The dragon guy.
Volti's raised around dragons, man. Dragons are very, very temperamental. Like,
Mhm.
he just kind of keeps to himself, learns what he can, says what is necessary, and, you know, fucking shoots mad fucking lightning bolts. Every arrow is a lightning bolt.
Yeah, I saw that bow. Is freaking awesome. But just one question: when we're up close, when I'm sitting next to you, I can see you up close. Can I tell that you're a dragonborn, or are you just so completely covered in armor that I can't tell? Like, you know what I mean? Because your helmet covers your face completely, and I noticed I was trying
So,
to, get an idea of.
if you look at his hands, like his fingers are exposed because he needs them to wield his bow. He has human-like skin.
Okay.
Question.
All right. I was just asking if there's something I could see. That's fine. That helps.
Question from Bluey's perspective. Bluey's like looking at his hands. Bluey wants to know if his hands, like you said, human-like skin. Do his knuckles look like they're on the right side of his hands?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. His
I
fingers
was
do not bend
also.
backwards.
That's
Freaking
awesome.
disguise, people. All
Just
these
trying to make
creatures with
sure.
their disguises, man.
Your thumb's where your thumb's supposed to be, and not shooting out the other side of where your pinky is, and that your knuckles aren't where your palms are, and stuff like that.
I was gonna put that in our-
Barbarian tribe. He's from a barbarian tribe.
And hey, you don't have to. You can fully RP out bar discussions in this campaign. I mean, that's like fully fair game. So
Yeah,
don't feel like
yeah.
you
that's
have
If you ever
to.
if you ever want to just write it instead of speak it, I am in full
That's fine
agreement
too,
with
yeah,
John.
yeah.
Or
Well, I mean, because otherwise we'd just be clogging up the fucking chat,
It's okay,
Yeah.
man.
like the voice chat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Thought it was just easier to type it
Just
out.
don't feel like real RP is not totally fucking super fair game for like the actual game. You know.
yeah,
Like, actual
absolutely,
chat.
absolutely.
Nothing any of you have to say. Again, please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just speaking as the OG. Nothing you have to say is not worthy enough for like the actual
100% back that up. That's gospel.
Well,
I was talking about playing board games, so
We literally played a board game in a game one time.
yeah.
That's some meta shit right there.
Yeah, with gigantic chess pieces.
Oh, so it was
yeah,
Harry Potter.
yeah, right.
It was awesome.
Yep. He did a good job. He did a really good job. While everybody's at the bar, Singura's gonna go to Elon. Did I pronounce her name right? I always feel like I do that wrong. Phelan. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
She's gonna walk up to Phelan and she's gonna say, "Do you know any songs for times like now? Days where you can't believe the events that occurred."
Not yet, but maybe we could both come up with one.
I will follow your lead. Yeah, and
Well.
she pulls out her lyre.
And Phelan pulls out his flute. And we'll start with the gentle a gentle starting song that starts to pick up.
By Minnie Down.
Oh, Solitude is changing into her yoga pants.
Not the yoga
Really?
pants.
I have to update this. I have to update. Yeah, I have a
Where's
mini for it and everything.
where's Phelan's mini?
Let's get me down to the bar. in
He's
my
up in
yoga
the
pants.
room there, I guess.
Oh, I guess that's why you're right next to me. Okay. So,
Bluey mentions to you guys that he knows of a song of old that they sung about Sire shortly after the fall of the city.
Ooh.
Is there anything Bluey can't do?
he's the best. He's the best.
He's Go-Go Gadget Bluey.
I love it.
They mentioned this, like the sadness, a day that you couldn't believe what happened, and I would say the day of mourning is probably the most like common or universal event that everybody could refer back to. It would be like 9/11 for I think Americans.
Oh, jeez.
In that term, like most Americans right now in today's present, you say 9/11, they're gonna have feelings about it. They're gonna have a certain they knew exactly where they were when it happened. What they felt like when it happened. Or at least most people, I think, and that live in the U.S. But that's just the analogy I would make. It's a terrible, terrible thing that happened within the continent, a sad thing. So for him to have a song or two about it, not terribly out there.
That's true. That's true.
He's this isn't this all is to say that it's not that impressive for him to have that.
Would we know this song, or would we just kind of wing it?
I'm gonna put it in the chat for you guys, and I just need to edit it real quick.
Yeah, and always so clutch.
This is something I found a long time ago, and I was like, "Ooh, this will be cool to save for later." I have no idea if it's a John Denver song, because I'm not a John Denver fan, but I believe it's custom that someone made, so I did not make it.
Yeah, she'll say, "I would be honored to play something of your homeland." Yeah, and she'll trying to tag team with Falon. She'll try to do her best.
In here.
Sorry, I giggled in spite of myself at Solitude in her yoga pants.
That's pretty cool that you were able to find that game.
I think 99% of my favorites, and I'm not even exaggerating about that number, is just literally references to Curse of Strahd and Eberron. It's a little bit unruly at this point. I should probably organize them better.
I'm just saying. Pretty
Oh
cool.
my god. The motherfucking Curse of Strahd campaign. I know this is Thursday. We should be talking about Eberron, but
It's that good, huh?
We're at a pinnacle
It-
moment there.
we are at a pinnacle ass moment right now in the Curse of Strahd campaign, and it's juicy as fuck.
I got to get back in that campaign at some point, or to join another Curse of Strahd. Because me and John, did you ever? Oh yeah, he's in that one now. He's in the same one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, John's
He's
getting some-
Kragnar. Kragnar is Olo.
Yeah, Kragnar is Olo, basically. Yeah.
What? Really?
Yeah, the Olo mini is a Kragnar mini.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say Olo is Kragnar.
And Kragnar is Olo.
If you're Finkling Einhorning, you got an Einhorn and Finkel as well.
Yeah.
I see. Say less. Yeah.
It's like whatever. They take the opposite of Solitude, and you get Kragnar.
You got range. You got D&D range.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, Solitude just curls up to the corner of the bar like a kitten kneading on a pillow. Sips on her drink. Normally she would do a ballet routine to the song, but she's just in chill mode right now.
Voltai's looking at you just like, what is this creature? He's basically Tarzan. So like he's like,
He's
what
Thunder
the
Arrow
fuck?
Tarzan.
But what is better than the devil you know?
Educated, sure, but Tarzan nonetheless.
Who's Tarzan?
You're joking, right?
What?
Ragnar?
He's from Faerun. He doesn't know.
No, I'm talking about Voltai.
Oh, Voltai. Okay, sorry. I missed the first part. I was messaging someone.
Is that someone?
I thought you were legitimately asking who is Tarzan for a second. And I was about to blow a fucking head gasket.
So Zamiel,
George of the Jungle's cousin.
Enlightenez-moi. What is the story with this a flaming red creature that you summoned out of the air thin during the session of combat? It was very interesting.
Yes, him. And Zamiel kind of grits his teeth a little bit. He says, actually, I just had a word with him. I have him going around Zantash in disguise, attempting to collect what information he can for us on the streets. Oh, but you wanted to know about him. Well, I had mentioned before that my master was in league with devils, and that, well, it didn't end well for him. However, it didn't end very well for some of the devils under his employ as well. This particular Cambion actually came to me. Apparently, his true name had been leaked to the intelligence of his enemies, and he came to me with a proposal. He asked me to bind him to this plane to me so that his enemies could not do the same to him. In exchange, he's agreed to help us. Me, specifically.
And you say this deal came about from his name being known?
Indeed.
That is
Oh, wow.
Normally,
concerning.
devils need to expend a great amount of magic to extract the true names from about other demons from the ether or from the tongues of other devils. But let's just say this particular Cambion had been involved in what's the word? Too much subterfuge in the hells, if you know what I mean.
It's one of my favorite things about, them in particular. But the funnier thing is, like, they try and make it sound all scary and foreboding, yet in actual play, what that equates to is comedy almost always, because someone is always trying to get the name out of the demon. Or
And they always
find a name
lie.
to the demon. Solitude.
Yeah.
Hey.
So anyway, this devil is, as you might imagine, granting me a great amount of trust over their existence currently, but I am doing them a favor. And he has agreed to do me a favor as well. And as we continue to talk about him, suddenly next to Zamiel, a gate will open, and a strange-looking tiefling will walk out of it. He looks similar to Zamiel, but he's wearing armor. But you notice that he doesn't have wings this time. He just looks like an armored tiefling. And sorry, I don't have a mini form right now.
Is my bad.
Is
But
this
of course,
is
there's the
this
solitude,
arranged
Minnie.
amount permanent or temporary?
He is currently bound to me for the next 30 days, but after that time is up, he may opt to continue to remain if that's what he must do. He required this as an option of his, or as a clause in the contract.
Is this the first 30 days that you have had him, or one of many?
Well, the day I was arrested was the day that he was bound. And just so coincidentally, that happens to be what I was arrested for, per se.
For rescuing this Cambion from his true name compromising his situation?
Essentially, yes. So you can trust him for now.
Does that mean that were you arrested by who arrested you? Was it the Sharn leadership like they did with?
I had to access resources from a wizardly institute to complete my project with binding Sven. It attracted the wrong attention, and they didn't technically give me clearance. You know how it is, right?
Oui, d'accord, I do. What is it like having a devil at your beck and call?
Well, this is all very dangerous for me. The implications of what happened to my master and what happened to my memory, and the fact that oh, and by the name, his name for you all, for you to refer to him as, is Sven Ashtar, but you can call him Sven. And he kind of looks at Zamiel and furrows his brow when Zamiel says this.
It is not
I
his
was
true
just
name. It
about to
is
say I ain't saying all that shit.
Sven it is, then. And the Cambion kind of grits his teeth a little bit, but he does not object.
enchanté, Monsieur Sven. Je m'appelle Solitude. A pleasure, I'm sure. She extends her hand, wrist kind of bent. Let's see what he does.
He looks at you with contempt in his eyes, but then he looks over at Zamiel, and Zamiel kind of bores into him with his eyes, and then he takes your hand and shakes it.
Voltai kind of
Is
looks
then
between the three of you and is like, there is a palpable air of tension. Are you not all of the same kin? He's never met many tieflings or devils.
No, it doesn't work like that at all. Sorry.
well, that was a rude thing to say. Just because you see two tieflings, you assume that they are related?
Not that they're related,
Okay.
just that
Sorry.
you're all of the same general hellish nature.
Oh, perhaps. Who is this? Was this who's asking that?
Voltai.
Multi. I mean, you've seen one dragon, you've seen them all, I guess.
Oh, please. Is this going to turn into some sort of racial superiority
No,
thing?
no. I was just joking around. You can have a little fun. Drink up. We had a successful day today. I have no problems with any of you, and I love your new Cambion friend. I think you are all quite interesting, and I appreciate the teamwork.
Well, it might
Entire
interest
group
you to
was
know, but the queen of chromatic dragons is actually bound to the devils.
Tiamat.
Oh,
Yes,
which
I'm aware.
So you know.
which devils
Just,
is this
just to
queen bound
mention.
to?
I am a follower of Tyr. I know well of the various dragons and their sovereign components.
Oh, that's
The only
unfortunate.
one
Sorry,
the
go
only
ahead.
one who differs greatly is that of Tiamat. Unfortunate her existence is, being bound to that of the hells.
That's interesting. I had assumed you were a follower of Tiamat at first, but then I assumed you were a follower of Bahamut. But who did you say you were actually a follower of? I didn't. It like bugged out when you said it.
Voltai is a follower of the Tyr religion.
Okay.
Your religion?
The dragon god that he specifically reveres the most, though does not answer him whatsoever because he is small, is Bahamut.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Zamiel's
I
seen you
guess,
acting as a paladin, so he just basically assumed you were a paladin of Bahamut.
yeah. For the most part, what I've read is that the Tyr religion is an equivalent to the sovereign religion, but that the actual gods of the Tyr religion are the gods of the dragons, and they don't give a shit about small people.
That's actually quite interesting because something similar happened with the god of hell, Asmodeus. He managed to contract himself actual godhood within the sphere of Eberron.
The
Never
contract with who?
underestimate a devil's ability to negotiate a deal.
Who did he contract?
Divine nature is ever changing.
He is a most unpleasant fellow. We have met him, says Bluey.
What?
Samuel kind of looks at Bluey with wide eyes, but then he just blinks and looks away.
Who
Just
did he contract
chuckling
with?
and
I am
laughing at
legend.
curious.
Leslie's statement before Bluey really has done everything.
What a legend.
Dude has
Jesus
too,
Christ,
man. Solitude's also a legend. You gotta give Sally some credit.
What did you hear a question about who he contracted with?
Oh, I'm sorry. Who
Oh, he
No.
contracted with the good gods. The gods of justice and light and righteousness.
Asmodeus?
Yes, he contracted with them to join their ranks.
I told you he was lawful evil.
So indeed, the implications are far-reaching indeed. Indeed. So many scholars debating this to this day, I'm sure.
Well, if what you say is true, I believe that Asmodeus pulled the, how do you say, a wool over the eyes of these good gods? He is not a good god.
He seems to think so.
Or are these good gods not good after all?
Hmm. And now you see the philosophical preponderance I was talking about. Yes.
This is starting to play heavily into solitude. The spotlight turns to solitude. You
Dun
hear
dun
a
dun.
voice in your head, solitude. They know nothing. They are but bits of dust on a world that should be long dead.
She licks her finger, puts it in her drink, casting her cantrip of Ray of Frost to make it colder, and says, "I'll drink to that." And she sips her now very cold beverage.
Mhm.
I'm thinking of the Dungeons and Dragons movie when they cool the tea the same way.
Yep, yep.
Question for Solitude: is she acting like Zamiel does when he was communing with his devil, getting all nervous and looking distant and stuff?
No, no. It was just like she just said,
Okay.
"I'll drink to that," and probably like seeming to respond to something that someone said, but probably was just responding to something that she was hearing instead. But she doesn't. So before so tell me more about what you know about the Asmodeus' contract with these good gods.
Good gods. As if there were such a thing, the voice in your head
I
says.
know. Good joke. Mm, they're
Solitude
all.
says out loud, not realizing she's responding to someone that's not in the room. The rest of the party notices Solitude say this too. And they, if any of you take notice, Solitude kind of just murmurs to herself, "Oh, I know, it is a joke."
She has
Oh,
this.
also, you
Yeah.
notice that the Cambion is staring at you and his eyes are burning into yours.
Oh, yeah. I love it. Svenashtar.
Yeah, if she notices that, she's just gonna kind of mess with the Cambion almost, like the hot girl with the hot cheerleader with the guy in the band sitting across. It's like she knows what she's doing.
Bits of dust, the voice in your head says.
Man, the Lord's of Dust. I have heard many a thing about the Asmodeuses. Plan, you know these Lords of the Dust. They are led by the Rakshasa. He has them under his control as well. Or at least he is in the alliance with them.
I have had the misfortune of running into some of their number. I imagine they are fully under control of the Blue Cult by now, whether they like it or not.
The Blue Colt. Sean. Perhaps all of Corvair at this very moment. The dragon marked horses will fall, Solitude. The time is now.
Forgive-moi, Samuel, but are you not descended from or owing some allegiance to these Asmodeus yourself? Or your bound friend over here, Monsieur Sven?
That seems to be the case, although it seems sides were picked for us long before something terrible happened.
Do you still have the free will to do as you please, or if he were to get wind of something, he could play a trump card?
If you're asking how to bind devils, I could
No, no,
teach
no,
you
no,
some more about the
no, no, no,
specifics.
no, no, no. I'm asking if Asmodeus could bind you, his service.
Well, theoretically, if he could, any god could.
That is what I
But
thought.
no, mortals are not bound like devils. And Zamiel gives you a fairly certain answer on that.
Yes, you do not strike me as a thrall of him, and that is a good
I am
thing.
not a devil. I am a mortal. Like you,
Yeah, so
presumably.
She giggles at that and swirls her finger around her drink to cool it off and sips it more. Oh, you flatter me. I'm just like you.
Anyway, this
In
is all
fact, we
turning
have
quite
quite a bit
nasty.
in. Yeah, blah, 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 yeah. We chit chat
I've
about that
been.
for a little bit.
Zamiel admits that he's been nervous because Sven Ashtar's been warning him about devils wanting to invade Eberron, and he doesn't know what to make of it. And now he's hearing information that confirms it, and
Oui,
he's not taking it very well.
oh, désolé, Sven, but it is true. She looks around,
So
making
you're
sure that
getting
they're
like
not being
pissy,
listened to.
cynical answers from Zamiel right now.
Yeah.
I
You
can
go to
feel
the
you
dust.
are close, Solitude. I feel you nearby. You must be getting closer. Please, you must hurry. The world will flip as a coin, and by then, when it lands, it will be too late, and I will be gone to you forever.
Close to what, Monseigneur? What do you mean?
Free me from this prison. Find
Close to
me
you? Close.
and free me, Solitude.
Zamiel is going to look at Solitude and try to get her attention. And can he even do it with this going on in her head?
While
Yeah,
it's going on, she's still
sorry.
cognizant completely.
Yeah.
Sorry, and yeah, you can answer
Zamiel
as
She
well.
can multitask.
Yeah, she's writing in her
Zamiel
book
says,
of shadows.
It's a burn book. It's
so
her
he
burn book
says,
of
since we've
shadows.
established
This
that
girl is
I
a
am a
fugly slut.
okay, he's going to ask a question. He asks Solitude, since we've established that I am a tiefling descended from Asmodeus, who would you be descended from, per se? And he looks at you up and down, trying to make a judgment on that himself.
You can tell I have no love for the Asmodeus, oui? N'est-ce pas?
I'm certain your features give much away, and
Well,
you
They-
do
I
have very
guess.
light features for a tiefling.
Yeah, they don't give much away, actually, to be honest with you.
Uh,
You
well,
would be quizzical about her background
he's
based on her look. She has, as a matter of
He's not-
fact, like to describe Solitude, I have to do so right now. She's not only one of the
Okay.
most beautiful tiefling you've ever seen, she's also one of the most like just unique. Like if you've ever
Yeah.
seen, a certain woman to you who's just like, wow, that's the most unique looking woman I've ever seen. That would be Solitude in the land of Eberron.
Again, you're going to make John's head bigger than it already is. Don't do it.
It needs
Has a
inflation,
certain
and then I
je ne sais
beat
quoi.
him down a little every once in a while. It
True,
keeps him in
true,
check.
yeah.
In the way of
Well, it's
feats and
that
levels.
exact strange eccentricity that's keeping Zamiel from making any assumptions about you.
Oui, I am bound to the to keep my master a secret, but I am not in Asmodeus is not to be trusted. He is a schemer. And the thing I love about
Well, you
schemers is
certainly.
watching their plans fall apart.
No, it seems at this rate, Asmodeus may foment a uprising in the hells at this rate. However, since he achieved godhood, I'm not certain of their chances. And they know that too, unfortunately. Even if all of the archdukes rose against him, what would their odds be? And keep in mind, Asmodeus has a contract with the other gods. They are bound to defend him as well.
Licks.
Now it makes
Finger,
more
ice,
sense why he
drink.
was in Ashkatala, says Bluey. Ashkatala is basically the home base of the Lords of Dust.
Well, he tried to undermine me and my reputation among my old companions. It got uncomfortable for a while, but the truth came out in the end. And as for his uprising and the allegiance of these good gods, and whether the dukes could dethrone him or not, and she licked fingers, you never know. She says this exceedingly fuck him look on her face.
Zamiel gives you a look of agreeance, and you can see that he's tired of being manipulated and tired of having his destiny ruled by some great devil.
Zamiel,
Voltai's just looking at your fucking horns.
I think you and I are going to get along swimmingly. It is nice to make the acquaintance of a fellow tiefling and a fellow Faerunian at that, although you clearly come from a different region than myself.
Well, I've certainly never heard your accent before, so that must be true, regardless of my loss of memory.
We shall get to the bottom of that. You know, did you not see the miracles that Percy worked earlier today? I bet she could do a thing or two to restore your memory.
No, no, I presume not. And Zamiel just kind of shakes his head.
Singurin, could you please change the song? It is bumming me out. Merci.
We'll pick up something a little more upbeat and jovial.
And what instrument is Phelan playing?
The flute.
Flautist. Flautist.
All right, well, tomorrow, please just try to, we come across Serpentia, try to, you know, tell her I am already taken. I'm not interested anymore.
She will hardly have the opportunity for conversation. We will slay her post haste.
Singurin, is Bluey still in the room?
He in here? Yeah, I think
Yep,
he is.
he is. He's just chilling. He's like literally just posted up against the column with his arms crossed in front of him, just not really saying much.
He's enjoying
Dude
your
named
yes.
fucking Taco.
He does seem to be enjoying the music. You get a few like slight nods of Bluey's head to the sound of, particularly to the sound of Phelan's flute. He obviously seems to be enjoying that.
When Solitude asks her to change the song, she just stops playing and she gets up to leave the room. She looks at Bluey, then she kind of just continues to walk out.
Bluey just kind of like follows her the entire way she crosses past him. And as she does so, you see Bluey start to follow Singurin out.
When she kind of leaves the room, she kind of gasps and she says to Bluey, "Bluey, is our kind supposed to experience fear outside of a magical effect?"
It is possible for our kind to begin to experience things like this. the emotions that fleshlings feel, but rare. Why is this that you ask me, Sigurd?
It's the idea that, well, the idea of an anathema coming to this land. It's just terrifying. That's all. Um, are all Yuan-Ti like this? This barbaric and callous, this sinister.
It's interesting you ask. I once read a story about a demon, a Merilith, who took up the mantle of an anathema and ran a Yanti cult and used it to terrorize an entire region for months.
Just for the record, your character is out of earshot of this at the moment, though. Just so you're aware.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were having a conversation with us. My bad.
He
No, she woke up
basically
wrong.
I thought you were in the bar.
yeah, he's walked out of the room with Singurin, and Bluey's followed her out of
My
the.
bad.
It's all right. I just wanted everybody to
You
know
were
what was
just
going on.
talking about how he was in the bar.
Yeah. You can miss a small thing like that very easily, so that's why I was trying to just reiterate, but all good. So basically, the information exchange there is privy to, I think, just these two at the moment.
Unless you
Fine.
try.
Zamiel tells the story to everyone who can hear him.
What are you doing?
Oh no, man. Voltai's got a fucking 22
Still-
fucking passive perception.
Yeah, Voltai may have overheard everything you just said. By the way, Sigurd, because he's got the ears of a greyhound. But
That's fine.
but if if you guys are by the bar listening to that story, still absolutely pertinent, as you guys just ran into a bunch of UNT and 100% on key that Zemiel's character would be saying something like that.
From a thing from a book I read. He damn wizards.
Which is why I didn't stop you mid sentence.
Wizards always do that shit.
Yeah.
I have a relevant anecdote from a book I read.
But
Dude, do I have the
Yes.
highest passive perception out of the entire fucking party?
I mean, I think you
Probably.
have, like, yeah,
Unless
without a
the
doubt.
cleric beats you.
Hot damn.
I have a
Just
17, but
fucking
it's nowhere near
eavesdropping
close.
on everybody.
You're gonna hear a lot of things during
Well,
this campaign.
But I've got a 19 passive investigation, so hopefully that covers that.
Your new
Nice.
catchphrase
Oh, yeah,
should be, "Did I hear that?"
Yeah, did I hear that?
But I'll start making a rule for depending on how close you are, how difficult the check is there. At the time present,
Yes.
I'm gonna say you do not overhear this conversation at all, so no one hears this conversation.
That's fine. I'm in my cups. I'm staring at
Yeah,
Solitude's
you
horns.
guys are bar busy, and yeah, you're definitely probably exactly. I just registered in the middle of my sentence. I love it. All right, well, in that case, I think me and Sigurd were in the middle of a conversation. I just forgot where we left off. Maybe it was the end of the conversation.
Fine.
You hear me?
Yep.
There you go.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't know why I turned off, but yeah. So she basically asked him if, like, are all UNT as barbaric as these are?
Yes, sorry, I completely forgot. So you as you ask him that, he tells you he has known few who were not of a brooding nature. Yet one that I knew was very noble. And he looks like off in the distance. He doesn't want to meet your eyes when he says this.
Yeah, and she'll say, and so what should I do if my homecoming isn't what I expect? If the um, if my retainers aren't as noble as you are? Aren't we created to do what we are meant to do? Can we not, um, well, can we not choose what we want to do?
That is the problem with nobility, Singurin. One often only has one choice. I believe the Yuan Ti I once knew gave his life for a noble cause. Yet the cause that he devoted his life to while he lived was of a false purpose. And I fear that that quest lays at your feet now, and the burden
See,
of the task lies upon you. I would not have you meet his
see,
same fate.
I understand. And I appreciate you, Bluey. It's, I know the responsibility of protecting me was thrust upon you, but I appreciate it regardless.
It is said that a
She
warforged
got,
without purpose has no use. I have many purposes now. You paramount among them. Puts his hand on Singurin. You will not fall to harm while I am with you. Whether you choose to carry out your task, or whether you choose to do something of your own will, of your own free will.
she kind of like puts her head on his shoulder and she asks him, do you ever think about him, Aaron?
He enters my mind most often in times when I am alone. But yes, I think upon him.
And do you think about what you will say to him once you meet him again?
If I am to meet him again, it will not be in this life, in this body. But I think I will
See,
say I have missed you most amongst all the people I have met. My teacher, my trainer, and I regret that the time we had together was so short.
I see. Well, Louis, either way, I appreciate you. Yeah, she just like puts her head on his shoulder.
Oh,
And she'll probably just like head off to bed.
As you give him a hug, he hugs back and says, I believe this is what they call emotion. The fleshlings, that is. And he gestures back in the direction of the party.
It is not as hard as I thought it would be. So they make it very difficult to express at some times. Yeah, she just smiles and, she'll head off to bed.
Blue looks on after Singurin, and at this point, Bluey's gonna kind of take point outside, watching the entrance, and he begins to sort of sentry around the building. Pun intended.
Voltai would probably also do the same, doubt he would stay in the room with everyone. He probably just finds a corner to nuzzle up with his dragon and fucking passes out like he's in the middle of the woods.
At this point, before everybody runs off to bed, I want to say that Ursendel, with like a probably like a bandage wrapped around his stomach, comes limping into the room, and he's limping on like a staff of some kind. I'll call it a rod, more appropriate. It has like winged tips on both sides, and there's interesting like Mayan like carving faces etched out of metal. What looks like a fancy like metal. Specifically silver, and one side is platinum. There's
Dang.
also just rubies embedded all across this thing, just encrusted into it, and twists of silver all around it. It is extremely beautiful looking staff. It has like an emerald base, so the whole rod itself looks like it's made out of some sort of emerald. And he comes like limping over with it, and as he makes it finally over to Percy, he says, "I owe you this," and stands up tall. And as he does, you see that he is indeed an Ursine, and he's like probably about 8 feet tall. As he stands up to his full height there, you're wondering how you fit him in that ball before. He seems to have gained some of his hydration back. He hands you this beautiful looking rod, and he explains to you that he wants to give you this as a gift for bringing him back to life, basically, and he gives you the rod of resurrection.
Nice. Nice.
Percy definitely does the like, I can't possibly take this for like a bit, but eventually, like pretty quickly,
Haley
just kind of
Molkov.
like,
Take it.
I should expect you to take it in case I die again.
she'll accept it and just kind of like flustered and totally like this does not begin to express her gratitude. Thank Ursendel for the gift.
You've given me the gift of my life back. It's no small thing. This is the least I can do.
What did we get for shards from Duth?
He showered you guys with both shards and gold, so you guys got what would be the equivalent of enough. Let's see, he gave you Eberron shards and Sybaris shards, the equivalent of enough. What would be enough to power a Warforged? We'll say battalion, probably 100 Warforged troops, enough to per se power the lightning rail for several days. It's a large sum. It's much harder to spend these shards like currency anywhere else besides this place. So think of that in terms of when you're shopping here today. And also, you guys have a purpose for capturing a few of these and bringing them home. Orgev certainly does, for the sake of study. And yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
They might come in use in preparing for the journey ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Zamiel's also assuming there's some kind of super special, kind of like unique one that they're really looking for. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah, like the
It's always like that.
the Dark Crystal shards.
Well, we have talked about heart shards in the past with Solitude. So
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
gonna,
the one. That's the word I was looking for.
those,
I don't remember heart shards at all. I'm sorry.
It's-
And so we got
yeah, it's okay. Well, there's a lot that's been. So this was like around the time that you guys were near the glowing chasm in
okay.
what was it in in the Mournlands?
New Orleans, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, heart shards, and it was suspected that there may be like a vein to a heart shard nearby there, also an entryway to Kyber itself. And you guys were looking
Nice,
for
yes.
Kyber shards, so that was like that was the path to Kyber shards, basically. So plot line, remember that in your brains. We want to go back to the Mournlands at some point because there may be a heart shard, Kyber shard there, and a path to Kyber if that's where you guys want to go.
Mhm.
Seems like a fucked up place to go, though. That being said, similarly, there's heart shards for the other respective dragon shards, Eberron shards, Sybaris shards, and those heart shards are extremely powerful, extremely valuable,
Oh.
and those are the kind of things that are going to be like that turn the tides for one side versus the other type items. You know what I mean?
Those are the little blue crystal from Arcane League of Legends that you put into the bazooka that turns it into fucking cannon.
Yes. That show's
Heart
very
shards.
Eberron-esque.
The
Steampunk.
blue things Jinx uses. Put that in my notes.
I know what you're laying down.
Oui, the heart shards. Fascinating. Mais oui. Okay, so when did we get heart shards or did we get? Sorry,
You guys got just a crap
We got
ton
Eberron
of Eberron shards and Sybaris
Eberron
shards.
shards.
It's hard to give you an amount. I can give you like a gold equation, like how much they would equate to in gold, if you're looking for a currency value. But there's definitely so many other purposes for them besides gold. So
yeah, because I know Sybaris shards were to counter the Kyber shards, and Kyber shards are what are being used to res the bad guys. So they're probably not spendable. Is there a place where Solitude could possibly get a hold of a bag of holding in this town?
Ursindel will
like
respond.
I said, I have one you can use.
Oh no, you keep yours.
Yeah, Ursindel will respond that there would be one probably available in the nearby markets. Such items are available, portable holes, things of that nature.
I could get a hole potable. That sounds like a better item for me to have, just because of the way that it sounds when I say it.
Well, again,
Not
for
the
like
shenanigans
purpose
to do with it, right?
What's that? For the
for the
purpose
purpose of putting something down our inventory, what should we put? Just like a I don't think of a way to put this in my inventory. How many shards we have?
A butt load.
I feel like he's giving you like an allotment though, guys. I don't think he's giving you like here's an amount you can carry. I feel like he's like, so where do you want me to send your pallet or crates of fucking dragon shards?
I see.
But
Okay.
I'm just trying to make it logistically clear to you. Like it is probably something that he's gonna be like free delivery on wherever you want these dropped off.
But we probably need to get like
waiting.
We probably need to get like a receipt for it and then pick it up later when we get our ship back.
Delivery ticket, bill of lading.
Ooh, I like
See
that
why
idea
Solitude is so insistent on having a bag of holding.
He's willing to put it on reserve, but he also says that like they have like services well enough to like get them to you and some airships of their own. He mentions to you.
Yeah, but we got to get our back first. We got to get our ship back first before we get it.
We may be able to borrow.
He asks, and he seems very curious about this. As someone who owes you a favor.
There were the Chimera. There was a lot of dying.
You long story short him, and he's like, "Whoa, you lost a lot of people, and a lot of people died, and it sounds sad. Sounds like a great transformation occurred, but out of terrible things comes good things." and here we are
Yep.
today.
Yep.
Trust me, if we had done the surgery that Percy just did with the old group, oh my god, there would have been things flying out of Ersendel's eyes, nose,
I was
and
gonna
ass at the
say
same time.
there's a very fluid change. Ursendel is like crying at your story though. It moves
Yeah.
him, and he
Ersendel, yes. This is why, like the gods, they have a plan. You know, we are not in charge. It is a greater plan, like the death of, oh, you know, Tyrius and Rock and Monsieur Belice. It saved Ersendel's life because, trust me, there will be snakes coming out of your wiener probably as the real truth.
My God.
Duth also mentioned something about sky ships. I think when he was talking to you earlier. By the way, Solitude. So this may be like the second reference you're hearing of them having ships.
Monsieur Duke, could you loan us a sky sheep temporarily until we are able to acquire ours back?
Loan you one. I'll
Hmm?
give you one.
Oh, you will you? Oh, well, tell me about the rooms on it, Monsieur.
He starts
Already.
he starts cracking up right away, and he's like room. He starts saying rooms. He's like, that's a good one. And then he looks and realizes that you're serious, and he's like, oh, you're serious.
Oh, yeah, our sheep had rooms and a stable for our creatures and a kitchen with a whole roasted ham in it. And look, beggars can't be choosers, as I was told by my old
You see his
mistress at the orphanage.
his bare nose like twitching, and his mouth is just kind of like twitching open and shut, like as you say all these things about your ship, and the ham specifically makes his nose go crazy.
Look, if you have a craft that flies in the air and can take us more quickly than my magic can take us, we will sign us all up for it.
It might
Oui,
not be
n'est-ce pas?
as
D'accord?
grandiose as your airship, but our skyships will do, and we'll fly you where you need to go. And like I said, for what you've done for us and will do, I'm sure we can get you one.
Well, it is settled then. I look forward to seeing your ship, and I thank you most assuredly for your generosity. Merci.
Just nods his head, and
There's not one area that's bigger than the others that you could suggest.
Oh my God.
he mentions a broom closet as he saw your
Oh.
broom.
The stable.
It's not a broom, it is a sophisticated magical flying implement.
It's filled with a mop that
Happens.
they swab the deck with.
Happens to have a broom at the end of it, but
There's a hookah in there too,
this
though.
guy. There we go. Percy, I call the bottom bunk. You can get the top one on the sheep. We're rooming together.
Oh, okay.
You have a bit of cinnamon roll on the corner of your mouth. And here, I got you a juicy box. And I hand her an Eberonian juice box. And Twizzlers.
And Twizzlers.
What the fuck is an Eberonian juice box?
It's like made of wood and metal.
Yeah.
The most steampunk juice box you've ever seen in your life.
Sounds
Like
fucking badass.
Slatted bamboo.
Yeah,
Like, that's your
it's a
inventory.
hydraulic straw.
Mhm.
It requires a gnome in order to be able to open it.
Really? These are lovely. They had the punch of the fruit and the cherry and the strawberry. I got you the punch of the fruit. I figured, the combination. So you press this button here and the straw shoots out and you sip on it and have the Twizzlers later or whenever. But you did such an amazing job today. I am so proud of you, Percy, and I'm so glad that I met you again. And it's just so happy to see you again.
Percy just kind of sighs, but says, "Thank you, Solitude." She'll. I feel like she kind of wandered out, maybe in a bleary-eyed state after Ursendel came back out to the bar. She'll sit down and have her food and drink and hang out with everybody for a bit.
So who is going? I think correct me if I'm wrong, Michel Duke, but there's probably like a hammocks or a bunks in the sheep for sleeping. Who is going to? Percy and I have called one of them. Who is going to shack up with each other for the other ones?
Maybe not the right term.
Maybe
Or
it
maybe
is.
it is.
Maybe it is. Indeed, yeah.
Well, yeah,
about
we,
about
And
15
a
minutes
fuck.
later, you would hear something just kind of zoom by
Oh, he's here.
the lizard house, like like a notable sound outside of the building, that has open doors on the sides of it. Again, not very
No doors.
defendable. uh, but it is indefensible, impregnable. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You would notice that this thing, or the noise itself, would belong to a skyship that has flames kind of roaring out its backside. This ship, however, looks a lot less like your airship and more like a steampunk type of ship. You could see that there's some sort of mechanical aspect, whereas your ship was powered literally by simple magic, or perhaps complex magic.
Hey, look, as long as it has a hookah, I am good to go. Can we go check this out? Or
It is
there's no hookah, I shall be installing one.
It is at a nearby like pier area, and I'll drop a big sphere on the map for anybody who's interested in where it lands. But it does land there, and Ursendel would kind of let you guys know that your ride is parked over there.
Yeah, well, come on,
Oh, this
whoever
fucking
gets there
town is
first, let's
large.
go. I'm busting ass over there.
He kind of cautions you that if you're going to take it into the shard fields, beware. There's not only vicious creatures on the land, but in the air out there too. The ship could get damaged, but it's just kind of a word to the wise. He does tell you that there's plenty of sky pirates who go out there looking for the load, as they call it out here. It's kind of an interesting term to use, but they're talking about dragon shards.
We could walk it. Did we walk it last time? Did we walk it from here to get to the
You
sneaky
did, yeah. You
hideout
guys
last
huffed
time?
it
Yeah.
through, and I would say huffed it is probably a bad term. You guys like macheted through, made a path that you could return back through the shard forest. But you teleported into town in style.
Man, this map is so huge.
Eligos is gonna
I don't
bite
see it.
so many balloons.
It's yeah, it took a bit of finding, but it's on a dock there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I totally dropped my sphere. That's my bad.
Oh, okay.
Now it says here.
Oh,
I
there it
am.
is. Okay, got it. Got it. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I can only assume that these things are more or less like slightly more technologically advanced hot air balloons.
I don't know, man. It looks like a Civil War flagship.
Well, the
sort
thing
of
you
thing.
notice first, if you kind of lay eyes on this thing, is like I said before, it is more mechanical in nature. But when you get into the heart of the ship, you could see that the center mast of the ship is like an actual living tree.
I know. That's like I was wondering what that was. Okay. Click on Zamiel
Trying to
and
get
you'll
to
be
it.
right by it.
I'm trying to get to it.
Dude. What? I do not see a hookah yet, but there are other levels. There's a tree. It
Oh,
is
to once that
workable.
hoop.
It is a workable, as we say in the veteran.
This will do.
It is a
Oh,
pretty
to once that
tree.
hookah.
Oh, if not, I have Gerard Morrison Wilds, a cigarette. It is a... The color scheme is quite it's resplendent, I suppose is a way to say it.
This living tree isn't like, you know, an ent or anything being held on the ship for. It's just a living tree.
I mean, it looks like a tree. Yeah,
Okay.
it looks just like a tree. But I mean, so do ants.
Maybe it runs the ship.
This is a great sheep. It looks faster than the old one. Where is the Capitan? Où est le Capitan?
By the way, out of
Phelan just
character,
nat 20
just
insight in real life.
just a small bit of strategic information. Percy can ride Elegos, and Elegos can fly whilst Percy is riding Elegos.
Sweet.
I know that Percy is afraid of heights, but
He's also
currently,
like a
as it
non.
stands,
You know, in a pinch, maybe.
yeah, as it stands, that is the situation. I cannot ride Elegos and fly on it just yet. However, because you are small, you can.
Percy
Nice.
That's
Percy
cool.
Drake Warden. Yes, I love it.
Yeah, the Cambion
Just-
can carry Zamiel for like a minute or two. That's it, though.
That's cool.
Unlimited flight. This motherfucking dragon can fly right now. The only reason why it's not flying while I'm on it is because I'm not high enough level.
Oh, that makes sense. It gets bigger when you level up or whatever.
Yes,
It just
yes.
gets more hit dice, and then it gets a size increase at a certain level or whatever.
Yep. As it stands right now, small creatures can ride it and it maintains its flying speed. Whereas if I ride it, it's just like a horse. But
So it's like a paladin
badass
subclass
horse
that
that
gets a freaking
fucking
man. It's crazy.
bites lightning.
That is a crazy subclass. So it's a paladin subclass that gets a permanent dragon companion. That's awesome.
Oh,
Well, he's a
cool.
paladin. Okay.
That's
No,
pretty cool.
I'm a ranger. I am a
No.
ranger.
Okay, I was gonna
But
say I could have sworn you used some paladin stuff.
Yeah,
That's cool.
the lay on
Didn't
hands.
you use
Seems
lay
to
on
be the
hands
lay
or
on
something?
handsy move of some sort.
Yeah.
no,
He did
I've
detect
not done
poison.
any of that. But I detected poison. I am cleric multi-class though, so if Percy ever goes down, I can pick Percy back up.
Okay. Well, this is why I'm trying to ask specifically what you are.
Ursendel kind of laughs
Yeah,
at
you're-
Solitude's statement, or whoever asked about the pilot at this point. I forgot. Sorry.
That was me.
Yep.
That was me,
Yeah.
Capitan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he kind of laughs at he says, "Your airship had a pilot too."
Ranger cleric. Okay. Oh, you can do that.
Kind of assuming that you guys
Wee.
piloted your own ship, and then he laughs further and says, "Oh, well, you'll have to fly this one on your own unless you want the autopilot function to take over." And he points at the tree.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
You know, does anyone have a less experience? I mean, I
Oh,
suppose I am the most experienced with the airships.
Actually-
Well, if it takes magical skills to operate it, then it would probably be me. But if not, then yeah, maybe you.
The autopilot control is sufficient. The only problem with it is in the midst of air combat, it is entirely self-preservatory. It will do anything at all costs to save the ship. Yes, I know, it sounds like a good thing, he says, looking at your face. But it can have its disadvantages in certain scenarios. The manual controls are at the helm of the ship, and he points towards the seat that is... not at the helm of the ship, sorry.
Oh yeah. That looks like controls. Yeah.
The rear of the ship.
Steampunk, very steampunky controls. Oh, I thought that was the hookah. Dang it.
No, it's not the hookah.
Oh, hookah.
Take your hookah
Man,
away.
conjure your own damn hookah.
I feel like Solitude totally would have bought a hookah by now.
Yeah, she's gonna acquire one. That's that. I wrote that on my notes for next session. Is the whole portable and the hookah? Yes.
Don't worry, I'll put one in your room in the Magnificent Mansion.
You need to get a portable hookah is what you need.
Portable.
Putting the hookah in the portable hole.
So
We're gonna be good to go.
Legendary item.
Dude,
I'll find a spell that gives you and give you the portable hookah, and that'll give you some kind of cool spell for your class. It's done.
You
It's
could
done deal.
base it off of that. What is it? I think Critical Role did one with a pipe, the magic pipe
They did do a magical pipe. Yeah.
Yeah, and they get all funky with it.
I love it. I don't watch a lot of Critical Role, to be honest, but I've heard good things.
I listen to it a lot at work, so it's just when I'm driving a lot, there's a lot to listen to, and it's just like listening to a story audiobook.
Yeah, I've re-listened to Licorice, Sarsaparilla, and Red Hot 20 times probably. That episode is the best.
Yeah, I watched a couple episodes with Matt Mercer, and then with the redheaded guy. I can't remember, Brandon something.
Brendan.
Yeah.
Brendan Mulligan.
Yeah, I really like him. I like Matt Mercer too. You could tell they're both like super passionate about what they're doing. I just
It's cool when you put them together.
Yeah. I just I don't know. I like when I'm watching something, I want it to be like a movie or something. I would listen to it though. That's not a bad idea. Maybe listen to it.
Yeah.
Background noise.
The podcasts are on Spotify. If you have Spotify, you can listen to the podcast pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Do the decorations mean anything? Like those little sigils, the red. What about they look like they could be designs, or they could be like symbols.
Decorative.
Zomiel's going to cast Detect Magic and start looking around the ship and try to figure out how.
Whoa.
I'll do as many investigation checks as I need.
So
Zomiel's pretty smart, right?
Is our plan to leave the following day after sleep and purchasing and whatnot?
Yes, please.
Yep.
Yep. I know Percy needs a good
Yeah.
sleep.
Shopping, sleep, and shopping. Both those things must occur before leaving, is what I understand. All right, that's fair game. As you're detecting magic on the ship too, there, Mr. Zamiel. Let's see here.
Yeah, he's going to spend some time like going around trying to learn about the ship, trying to figure out how it works. And he's also going to ask the attendant who showed us here more questions, like, how do you actually operate the ship? I feel I need to, somebody's got to, get informed on it.
Ursendale's showing us, I think.
Yeah, Ursendale. That's who he's asking, right?
Yeah. Too bad we don't have an artificer to figure this all out.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, it might be automatic there.
I do really like that ability of being able to attune them to more than 3 items.
Oh, I didn't even know they had that. That's cool.
Yeah, I had a friend playing one, and he's like, "Yeah, I got a couple extra items." We're like, "What?"
Is one of them like a special slot for like a bespoke item that you make? Or can you actually put 4 different random magical items there?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look. Okay, well,
Interesting either way.
So, I'm going to say that the schools of magic that you detect just off the bat are enchantment, abjuration, illusion, and divination.
Basically every school.
Yeah.
Nice, lots going on this one.
Yeah, except necromancy and conjuration. Those you either haven't detected yet, or you haven't detected at all.
He
So
just
the
hasn't
tree
All right,
gotten
real
his
quick, could I take a close look at the helm and try to figure out how the controls work just by looking at it here while it's not in
They
operation?
do seem rather, interesting, but as you kind of like get the feel for them, like see that one moves in a left and right direction, one moves in an up and down direction. The other one is more of like a throttling tool. You could see that it doesn't really move in any direction. It kind of serves like in an arc, like much like a boat throttle would be. And you kind of get the impression that one serves to raise and lower the ship, one serves to make it move left, right, and one serves to accelerate and decelerate. And generally, it seems pretty simple. And all the while you're kind of touching the handles and things like that and doing your detection, Ursendel is also kind of giving you an explanation of this in the background. The poor man's tour, as they say. Those are the ones that I take when I'm on vacation because the vacation has made me poor.
The purr man's tur.
Oh yeah. We'll catch you next Thursday.
Good night.
Thanks,
Good night.
thanks for staying up this late.
Yeah, brother.
Of course.
Soldier.
Yeah, good game, everyone.
Greatness. I think I'm getting je suis fatigué as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
This is going to be a good stopping point anyway. We're ready to shop. We're ready to sleep. We'll probably do just that. You guys take your long rest here, and when you awake, you can shop.
At
Do a
dawn.
little-
At
do a little
dawn
role
we
play.
shop.
Spending a single fucking gold because I'm a greedy bastard and I have to hoard it all.
It all depends if Brady's got some nifty looking items there. We'd have to peruse.
I've been recently handed some rare and unique items that I'll be, relinquishing.
Nice.
The Rod of Resurrection's a good one, that's for sure.
A fair sum,
That
of
was
course.
badass.
Get your negotiation shoes on. My favorite thing in the world of D&D to do. Shopping is coming next. I'm being sarcastic. I hate shopping.
Oh yeah, you're not a fan of shopping. That's
No,
right.
but someone gave me all these cool guides about how to make shopping more interesting. Guess what?
Oh,
Your boy's got
okay.
some tricks up his sleeve for next session. We're gonna make
All
shopping
right.
fun for me and shopping fun for
Yeah.
you.
All right,
And
all right.
And
Challenge
you should have access to the Griffin saddlebag folder. I think I sent you, right?
Yes, that is literally the one
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Believe me.
use. I'll have to update it too.
If I
'Cause they keep
stopped
adding.
responding to you at a certain point after that conversation, it was not because I fell asleep. It was because I was deep in a rabbit hole of Griffin's saddlebag.
1,500 items, I guess. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Wow, that's a very high number.
Fair to say,
Jeez.
I have an interesting number of things to work with, and a lot of them that fit more than one setting. So
Lots of steampunk stuff in there too that works well. Right. So. Yeah.
well, you guys have an excellent rest of your evening. Thank you all so much as always for coming, and we'll catch you